Welcome back. Welcome back. I really want you what you want to see, a measured move that takes you past your stop loss. What's today's date? 5th.
Are we gonna get to replay that fractal again?
I don't know, man. We're at the top of we're at the top of this drop on M2 here. Bit of a multi-day drop ahead. And when things get really nutty for M2. I'm not saying that this is going to come into Bitcoin. It probably isn't. But if you're in metals or if you're in metal adjacent, like miners, this could be interesting. I'll pull it down so you can see, but this is the beginning of what is a crazy move up on M2, which I honestly think that we've seen the bottom of. Right? I drew this line to where I thought M2 would top out in real time, and I drew a line here somewhere. Okay, this isn't. All right, hold on. Get back over here. This is our bear market bottom. Right? So what the squiggle was showing was that M2 needs to retrace because this is what gives us our cycle. Right? M2 coming down. Let me fix it. So M2 finally coming down off of its move, right? Making a move down towards October will be what gives us our overall bear market, and finding our bottom somewhere near October will be what gives us the push that we need.
Was that the only time you ever see them erase their M2? Remember that high or low that we were looking at, and then all of a sudden it disappeared? You remember what I'm talking about? talking about?
Yeah, it was like the Bank of Japan or something glitched out. Yeah, and we had to fix the. I mean, it's real time data, right? So if there's any issues with any of the banks, you'll see weird shit, and it'll eventually get worked out. But yeah, I remember when it broke that indicator for a couple days. The super cycle bros are hanging all of their hats on this move here. Right? They're betting that this comes in to Bitcoin. And my question is, if this was Bitcoin's all-time high and that went into metals and Bitcoin didn't go up, but Bitcoin went down when the government shutdown happened and we had that drop, and Bitcoin did not return to all-time highs with this push, it went all into metals, then why should we get this? Like, what's magically going to make people, and maybe it'll be something in the news, who knows, maybe there'll be some sort of announcement. You know, news usually follows the chart in weird ways, but unless something fundamentally changes and makes people decide that they need to buy Bitcoin here, this is just going to go into metals, which is another reason why I don't think that metals are done. But we'll see. It depends on unemployment, Hoover. If unemployment gets bad, then yeah. But we need some really shitty unemployment numbers. It's taking forever to get this to get the sample of the first hoodie. It's annoying as hell. I want to put it on already. It's a little annoying that I'm able to do this, but if we go back here, see how I said that the fractal target's invalidate if we get above that 50 and hold? We're still underneath that 50. So, basically gonna clone this, bring it down. Pretty familiar situation here. Except I'm not staying up at 8 o'clock in the morning to watch this thing do this and bang against the 50 to roll over. Take it easy, True. Nowhere near the amount of liquidity that was there yesterday. I mean, it's still a lot on the lower time frames, but the bulls have slowed down at least a little bit. Not much, but at least we can see gaps between the liquidations. Yesterday it was a solid sheet. Let me get this out of the way. Can't complain, Christian. About to go to sleep here soon. Just setting up. Good night, Rat. Sorry to hear you got liquidated, brother. But I gotta take my ass to sleep. I've got like no brain cells left right now. And I'm not trying to pull another 8 o'clock in the morning run. Appreciate you, brother. We'll go over it tomorrow. Just don't revenge trade whatever you do. Try to brush it off. Appreciate that, Nighthawk. Appreciate you for being here, brother. Stick around. The fun's just getting started. All right, family. Trade safe. See how this plays out. If you're a bull, you want to get above that 50 EMA and hold to give you the opportunity to get through these liquidations. Right, 200 EMA or that supply at the macro structure break will be our next test. Right, what we don't want to do, if you're bullish here or if you're long, is we don't want to reject off of that macro structure break without putting in a higher low. All right, so let me future trip for a second. You've got two options here. Option one, because I'm long and it's my channel, so I could do that, is we squeeze, get to this 200 EMA, reject, come back and hold the top of this range, put in a larger W on the hourly, that eventually rips us through liquidations. Right, that's the bullish scenario. Bearish scenario is that we do exactly what we did yesterday. Oh, hold on.
Oh, snap.
What the hell did I do? Give me a second. I lost y'all. All right, there we go. Possibility two is that we run a repeat. We run a repeat of yesterday. Now, the difference is we didn't have that big drop into the push that we couldn't get over. Right, just this accumulation here. Right, that would just sort of be starting now. Right, that's your worst case scenario there. But we can't break out of that bear flag. That 50 EMA doesn't hold. And can't get over, break the bear flag, and end up capitulating. Measured move from that bear flag is 675. Yeah, so just that one level drop, basically. Guess I could leave it, but
What to do?
something like that.
But are we gonna M this time like yesterday? No. No. Not yet. could be going into one. Okay. So if we come down to 70K, I'll consider that. If not,
Again, it all goes away if you can get above the 50.
I'll look for that 70 to be an invalidation then.
Hey there, Dbloc.
Oh no, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, I am gone. Take my ass to sleep. Good night,
How
y'all.
are you feeling though? I mean, what are you leaning towards for you?
Dbloc, if it were up to me, I would swap the liquidity what's above, you know, up to 74.9K to target that 50 MA or 200 MA. I don't know which one is the white line. If the macro structure at 6 hours holds, I think the target would be much more higher than 74.9 up to 77.7K. Yeah, that would be my limit.
Hmm.
Can you check the 2-hour time frame, Dbloc?
we are under the 50. Man, I gotta say, I'm leaning towards down for me. The only thing that's making me think otherwise is the liquidations. How about the good old the heat map? Would that give us a clue?
Then what would be your target, Eman?
Oh, 67.5.
Ah, okay, point of confluence.
And then a bounce again, a bounce in the morning, early morning, later morning, USA.
I do expect here an aggressiveness from Bitcoin on the upper side. Expect the unexpected,
You got to see what the stock market's going to do tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
That's going to matter too.
Yeah, the pre-market starts for me in 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, we could be here together if you want, and you keep an eye on it.
I'm Eastern Europe location.
Yeah. I'm awake and asleep all the time, so I just woke up.
Oh, you're in between time zones. Okay, okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because I don't sleep 8 hours. I only sleep a couple hours at a time.
Rabbit sleep.
Yep, yep. So I'm fresh to go right now.
Sounds good. Be right back.
But I'm in a long still from earlier. Let's see, well, before a couple hours ago. Let me go see where I'm at. I think I'm like close to my entry. I wanted to give this a chance at least. I mean, I'm gonna see. Go over the 50. Hurry up. looks like I am inside the wedge. Got the break under it, and then come down, I think. I closed my long, but I didn't open a short, and I'm just going to go to the sideline for a minute. There's definitely long liquidations under us also. It's hard to say. I'm leaning bearish. Joe, you up? Here we go. That's 2 taps on the 50. Denied. That's a candle underneath the trend. They didn't go for it though. I guess they're gonna bleed. Green candle after the red. Bearish candle. Let's see. Give me one more tap at the 50, so I put it short. Hey, you can't give me another little takeout candle or something? Either way, I'll win. I'll sit on the sideline and take a long bottom. What are we doing here? Come on, little, give us a mini short squeeze.
Are you in the long?
I'm in a sideline. I was gonna go. I was in the long, but I closed it when I came back to my entry because I was feeling bearish, and I thought this was a little M here inside the wedge pattern on the bottom of this chart, and I felt like it was going to break down like yesterday, which it is right now, kind of. But I didn't have enough time. I mean, I could have did it, but I don't know. I wanted to go into a short there, and I didn't get in. So now I'm still bearish, and I think we're going to come down. But I was kind of looking for a fake out to the upside where I can get in. But this little green candle isn't enough. I would rather just sit on the sideline and wait for a long at 69,000 or somewhere ish. Or really 67.5. Might put a limit order down there.
In a long from 71,600.
Yeah. Be careful with that. I don't know if you're in high leverage or not. I am. This
Yeah,
spot.
I don't. I mean, I'm just using 20x versus like how you use 500x.
Yeah, I use 400. Yeah. I mean, it might go up. I don't know. I mean, I don't see it right now. It looks like it clearly like a M is formed here and come to the bottom of the wedge. So, I mean, you're probably gonna have to eat. In my opinion, you'll be eating some downside before you come up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could even go down to 64, 65, anything. Who knows right now?
But I mean, even at that, if you're adding to it, I mean, to me, all those prices 69, 68.8, 67.5. I mean, all of them are areas where we probably are going to bounce from. The question is, how high will we bounce?
True. I mean, I'm looking at least 76.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, she might get it here for all we know. We'll see. Yeah, I think I had a long at a similar price you did, but I just closed it. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, that it made sense. It was a wise move.
I've already convinced myself that I don't care if I miss trades. I only care if I lose money. Actually, I would love a green candle here. A nice green candle up to 72.5.
And this looks like quick capitulation, like could straight go down, keep going down, man, till 66,
Yeah.
60.
It's already invalidated the little W on his chart on the left of us. Oh, yeah, I think it did. It's really close. I can't go short here. It's too close. For me, I would just prefer it to keep going down. Then I could go long.
Bitcoin's down 7.5% on, like, wow, for the day on Binance. Damn.
Yeah, man. It's bear market time. Gotta sell the bounces. Okay, there's a little green candle. Get a 71.5. And we gotta see what gold's doing.
We fall into short territory if we break underneath 70,188.
It's 70,188. If we go below that, we fall into short territory. That means we can take a short there.
Yeah, like 70. Well, that would be, we'll break underneath the curve at on the 69,600 angular. If you can see my chart, I can point it out a little easier than so you can visually see. We're on a rotated rectangle right now. See up here, this you know, the entry at 70,600 was a pretty decent valid entry for a long, but the problem is we did not cross this line right here at 71,890 to 71,937. So because we fell right down through this. So on the 3-minute chart, we're trying to reclaim that whole time set of time for that price action right here that now is in this little rectangle that you see. So here's price right now on this edge. You see these black dotted lines, the angle there dips down on this point. So if the head falls underneath there, or if price falls underneath this dotted line and then it gets under this curve, we'll succumb to a pull down to this point here. And that is about 65.7. And then we'll have a battle between there. If we fall straight down, we'll need to repair this area right here. And that's between 63.0 and 61.8. If you see this steep line right there, that goes through time, and this will be the other spot at which we'll have a fight before we get down here, and that is at 67,092. But if price, see here's price right there. If price falls, this way, it goes down this angle, continues price down through this ellipse that you see, right? But then it's going to have to go forward and up and break this angle that you see. Now this time for time is at Thursday the 5th, which is today at 7:21 p.m. So we have between now and the daily close to remain above 70,003 and to 69,004. Otherwise, this is the trajectory down. So see how we're in between these two poles. If you follow this yellow and then this red curve, that gives you this bow tie. See this here back to here, and then you have a break right there between this line and this line, and all of this is under this circle. The only way bulls can get back to go is if we can come back under, follow this angular right here, come back under the bottom of that circle and break this curve between now and 7 p.m. because our moving averages will flow with it. Because right here, see how the 50 EMA is right up in this box here. So the set of EMAs is here, and if we don't move this way, we are not going to reclaim 71,006 to 71,009 and break this gap. through here. So we have to come back up underneath this circle. Let me show you. Because this is the angular that we broke for price action. This is what we missed during the night. So from 76,098, the flow is on an angle down, and now we have a death cross right here on the 3-minute. You see the red or the pink is the 200 MA, and the orange is the 50 MA. So this flow will continue down if price cannot beat that right there in this little rectangle and come on up through that curve and be up here in the 24-minute chart by 724. So that, because that right there is your 800. See how the 800 is just peeping underneath that red curve? So the flow, the 800 will continue to slide downward and not get challenged up here above the daily open. That's why, and there's your 200 EMA, that little white line, see it coming down, 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 down. And now it's right here in the midst of this little box. So price has to come from this point up and beat the 50 EMA, which is right here. You see that little blue, those blue words, and then come up this channel further, break the 200. And we have to do that all within this time frame. Otherwise, these moving averages on the 3-minute are going to come down the chute. And now I'll show you what the 24-minute looks like.
That sounds very bearish, all that you just said.
It is. We have
Start
on the
talking about the
24-minute.
time frame.
Yeah. But look here, on the 24-minute, price is in between these two poles. Now I'll put the candles. So here's that red candle prior. And you see how it's above that red curve right there. Now this next candle, the wick went up to the top of this angular line on this arrow. It went right up to that top. So that's why I say if price can avoid, see the bottom of the body of the candle right there on that black line. If price in this period of time can come back up to at least this underside at 70,003 to 70,600 and challenge through this box upward, we can remain bullish. Bulls need to have their candles close over this line right here. That's 71,448, and then continue to rise to the 50 EMA on the 24-minute time frame, which is here, and then the daily open is above this curve here. So if you take and swipe all that down, that means that this angle at 724, we have to be above it between now and then in order to stay bullish. Otherwise, we can flush underneath the bottom at between 64 and 62.
No, no. Also, we've already closed under the back row structure break on Dbloc's chart yesterday.
Yeah, which is another. But we do have this little brief period of time to not follow these angles down and to break up above that and change the trajectory, at least for between now and the close. So it would help to stay above 70,089, and then we need to have the 24 or the 24-minute to 30-minute chart has to correct. Otherwise, we will find more downside today.
Oh, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Going to rely on 24 minutes to get it back up there. I'm not.
No, I mean it, but this is
Not
this
you,
is
not
the
you.
chance. Yeah,
Just saying, because that's the thesis to rely on it.
it is. Yeah. This is what bulls need to do. They have got to defend this area now.
You hear
Right
that,
up here at
whales?
the tip. Pardon me.
I'm talking to the whales. They need to get to it.
I mean, look at this candle. It's attempting to.
I don't think bulls hate to do it. I just think bulls aren't strong enough right now. But we'll see. I mean, market makers have been putting in work, sure. Like so, hopefully, hopefully that continues and bulls see it and react to it and bring some strength with them. But I will say I still haven't closed my shorts. I've got a few shorts in and I just opened up some more. So
There.
I'm not a bear. But I'm
You're a trader.
bearishly hedging heavily with more long-term bearish thesis.
Man, I don't play into the whole bull bear thing. You're a trader.
Right. But the only
Yep.
what I guess the language that most people use is that. So it's I mean, what else do you do? Do you say I mean, we have to price has got to be accepted above this area today. If not, we're going to see lower numbers. This is the triangle right here. This is a wedge. And we're right now at this point where there could be a change of direction. I'm not saying it will fulfill a total change of direction, but at least it would keep price above breaking underneath 70K if this area is challenged right now.
Yep. Yeah, I've got some buys on the type 2 right there on like smaller time frames. Uh,
Yeah, I love
uh
to buy at 67.5.
sorry, go ahead.
I would love to buy at 67.5 long.
I picked this up just in case. It's because we dip below on smaller time frames. You know, but mostly I'm more or less bearish.
Yeah, me too. I just want to come up before I didn't get my short in. I want to come up some more so I can get it in.
Yeah, I got shorts in, but like they're basically a
Do it now.
type 2 on the 1 minute. Well, not
A
type 2.
little bit up.
Sorry.
You don't got to be sorry for just talking. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm right there with you.
Well, sorry on going for accuracy here, but on communication, but I mean,
You're good. You're where I need to be. I need to get where you're at.
we're like we're doing decently here for where we're at, right? I just we would have to see. Hell, I'm not so faithful if we recover like more than 50% of this bigger green candle that's happened on the minute.
I should have been done short to 72 right under there. But I was looking at that W back there and it didn't play out. Now it's an M. And the W is invalidated.
Yeah, my highest short is 73 500. So, but it's still open.
That's
Just
pretty good.
yeah, it'll do. You know what I mean? Actually, no, I have a one that's higher at 72.69. Oh no. 73.500 is higher. I'm tripping. I just woke up, my bad.
I'd have a stop loss of my entry. Just let that sucker ride.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I haven't moved those stops for those higher ones. I've been moving stops on the shorter, like on the lower one, just so that so I don't
You
fail to
never
see that.
know. When see
Yeah,
some
well,
green psycho candles come out of who knows what reason.
I'd like to win the eval like on on capitulation, but because if I can do it in a couple days, then I meet the consistency rule. I meet the, you know what I mean. But I meet the consistency rule and I've stayed within the drawdown. But if I like all my lower entries, and all of my buys, like that's why I would say I'm bearish. All my lower shorts and my buys, I'm like pushing the stop losses closer so that I can stay within that drawdown limit. And that way, if like worse comes worse, and I have to repeat the results like 5-6 more times or something like that, to be able to meet that valuation score. Yeah. Because my goal here is not to have the account before, on the way down. It's more or less to have the account at the bottom. Build my dry powder during the bear where it's a little more easy, honestly. From everything I hear. Not sure, but
Damn, we couldn't come over 70,500. Back down. I was really close to putting that short in at 70,500, but I was like, it's too close.
yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. All we
Yeah.
need is a few real big green candles.
Yeah, I'll be ready for that. But if we could, I think if I could at least test that 50 to up here, it's 71.5. I think that's a good spot where I'll enter a short right there. Yeah, I like that 71.5. Give me a little candle there. I can get in. We can both take this down to the 60s and close. I'm closing down there if I get that. Same trade I made yesterday, basically, except yesterday I was in earlier. That same fractal, if we could put it right here again. Except I'm a little late this time. Well, we're lower. The price is lower, so I was a little more bullish and hopeful this time. Well, I'm not seeing any gas. I mean, there's some liquidations up there, but no volume.
Is it hope or desperation this late in the game? Which does it count as? I feel like this is because for me it's like hope with a little bit of desperate.
I mean, I'm bearish, but I also feel like 70,000 is a pretty good price.
Yeah, and I also think it's kind of our last ditch. Like, you know what I mean? That I can see the. I mean, it's a rubber band. It's always going to go up and down, right? But I feel like we're getting close to that fall off point. It's going to start kind of ripping.
Yeah, once the stock market does the correction, it'll get it. So now I guess it's trying to figure out whether that's going to happen. I wonder what's going on over there. Can anybody see the future, the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ 24,890. This is the US 100 index on NASDAQ 24,891.24.
It's coming down, isn't it?
Well, that was the close. Let me find the.
Ooh, we just broke 70K, 69 was there. My G is printing. Damn, you're gonna go without me, bro. It's all good.
Okay, now we have to hold this 69,880. Underneath that line at 69,880 is a drop towards 69,367, and then the next one is 68,8.
Yeah, I think we're going there. It's all right. The quicker it goes there, the quicker I get to long. For a scalp. Come on, Bitcoin. You don't even want to test that 50 up there one more time. It's all right because I got me some warm porridge. I made me an apple cinnamon oatmeal.
That sounds delicious.
I got the can of apples that they use for the apple pie at the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
I put it in it, and it's pretty good.
Sounds good. Very good.
They put some pet milk in it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. My man's is making money. Sorry. Damn, I should have came in at 72. I should have came in at any of them. 71 would have been good. 71.5. I could have came in at 75. Oh, that's too risky. Yep, I'm stuck in a rock and a hard place. I don't order long. I don't order short here.
No trade is better than losing money.
My trade is nothing.
So the horizontal line down here, funny enough, is 68,669.
Oh, damn. That kind of turned red quick. So, yeah, I'm going to go look and see if I can find some random altcoin that pumped out of nowhere.
For a fair price on that.
So those of you that were watching the charts that I posted on XRP will feel very satisfied if they took that trade, because we did break underneath 143.3, and we are now testing that level of 148, 150, and we can see a move down to 121 from here. And then after 121, we cannot hold 121. It's 108.
All I can think is 120 line around. Maybe that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
Man, bro. What you gonna do with all that money?
Currently, it does not fail my eval test.
You're printing.
Yeah, it is.
You went without me, man.
I ain't trying to leave you behind, man. Trying to bring you with me.
Just keep me in your thoughts.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers for sure.
I'll see you at 60.
I'll see you down there, brother. Look, if nothing else, right? If nothing else, at least you preserved your dry powder as much as you could.
Well,
That's
I got some other plays. I posted my Aptos on share your trades. I just posted it.
yeah. See, I don't have enough dry powder to play with at the bottom. That's why I'm here doing this eval. You know, but that means that I have an opportunity to create that dry powder now.
Yep.
Essentially.
Let's get you down to 67.50 so I can get my long in there. Well, I did close the buy long way earlier. That was good. The guy from India, I hope he's got out the way.
I don't have much, man. $100. I mean, I can keep
Okay.
adding. I can keep adding margin to it. I'm gonna chase it.
Oh, you're gonna get a better price. You might get 67.5.
Why not 64? Let's go there. All time high.
I hear you.
And the fact that we are under 70K and this is the reaction, it just shows like how weak we are.
Oh yeah. I'm also looking at silver. I want to see if I can get in at 72.
I mean, it needs to do like a 5,000 candle for me to feel like bullish again.
Man, it's crazy that we feel like that because I feel like these prices are good, but I guess not. Gotta go with what the chart says.
Those of you that are watching Doge is about to break a very important line at 0975, and that break could take us down to 0919, testing the 9-cent level.
Come on, give us a bounce, man. Let me in this.
And look at Jupiter, man. It's showing some strength. It's not dumping compared to everything else.
I will say we're showing some sign of weakness on that green candle. It's not always the worst place to at least open a short, because this could be a type 1 right here for a short for this current move on the 1 minute.
Bitcoin.
Yep. Or not type 1, sorry. Type this would be a type 4 actually.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Kind of. 1, 2. This would be a type 3. Be a type 3 entry.
I'm good.
But a type 3 in near capitulation, so could play out a little better than I would say like a normal type 3. Potentially.
Yeah, if we come back up to 70,500, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
I need at least 1,000 in the room.
So you're looking for like a type. Mm.
Really a 2, I guess, at least. We need to come up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I still want to test that 50. I'm willing to wait it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like a type 2 on the 30-minute, basically.
You're right now, you're between 2020 all-time high and Trump elected. Let me go see what Ethereum's at.
Solana is still above $88. XRP has moved above $1.35 and is trying to reclaim the $1.43 area right now.
Maybe Bitcoin Cash is worth a long. That's been pretty strong. I'll consider that if we come down some more. Yeah, probably stick with Bitcoin now.
Yeah, and Bitcoin Cash kind of runs on its own little narrative. It likes to run when it doesn't make sense, it feels like.
Somebody likes it because it's got a strong chart. Do you have a target on your short?
Zero.
Oh no.
I do. My bad. I dropped my keyboard. My target. No, what just happened? Okay, there we go. No, it's just lost it all. Yeah, so I'm kind of doing it like a spread. So I have starting with my lower shorts. It like starts at 62, and then my higher shorts go all the way down to 44.
Oh, you're gonna go for it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the ones that are high enough up in position that they're least likely to get like shook out at any point. If we do get a leaf. But I've got it like spread, so like the higher it is, the lower the target, the lower it is, the higher the target. That way I'm like keeping my equity up high enough that like even if we have like a rip candle, and then all the lower ones I have like the stop loss just above wherever the like local high is. And then longs I'm doing it as well, conservative target. Like I was targeting all the way up to 98, and then I'll consider moving that target, but like a little closer to like 90 basically now. If we show some strength, but currently I think my highest target's like 77 on my longs.
Oh, you got both going. Oof. Yeah. I kind of veered away from doing the both sides thing. It was just harsh
Yeah,
on me.
I'm only doing that because it means that I can keep enough equity in my account to not fail the test and to make it through in case like I kind of have to, right?
I see.
But so like that's why I have like most of my shorts are like the stop loss is right above that green wick on the 1 minute up to that 68 827, and all my long the the stop loss is like right underneath the lowest point every time, and that way like I don't have too much drawdown, but but like all my risk to rewards are pretty high. The ratio, but we'll see. And the main reason I'm doing that is we keep getting these like it'll look like it's gonna have a little bit of strength. It's starting to get closer to like making a higher high and a lower high type of thing. So I'm catching the higher high and the lower high of and then that way if it peels away my short or my long, right? Or my short really is what I'm talking about, right? Peels away my short from the lower high, that's okay. I still have the higher high. And that way I'm staying in position. But it's very small amounts that I'm playing with. Like, um, yeah, I'm
putting
not.
a limit order in. I'm gonna put a limit order for a long. It's 67 to 50. Feel like we come there if it duplicates yesterday's move. Six did 9 4 range 420. Now let's get this limit order in here. Order is placed. 67 251. See you there soon, my brother.
Cheers, safe trading, bro.
Now, if they want to come up to that 50 now, pump up there real quick, I could get in with you. kind of interested in shorting Doge. See what I can do over here. Get a little pump. I think the number to break on Doge is 0.87. Once Doge goes below 0.87, that's a wrap. Probably see fives.
Yeah, all my guns are on Bitcoin just because it's the one I'm most familiar with. So I don't want to test on something that like I don't want to win. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
No, I agree with you. I'm just over there looking around because I missed this trade. So I'm looking
Yep.
for something that's more bearish. And I think I feel like Doge is pretty bearish. It's still got a lot to lose.
Oh, for sure. Although Doge is a big enough token that, like, all it might take is a post and some with some evidence, right?
Yeah, I'm past all that with it. That man ain't posted nothing,
Yeah.
and it's big enough to where it's gonna follow along what Bitcoin's gonna do. So
Yeah. Sure.
I'll look past all of that personally. I just put a buck on it on 200x. I'm gonna see if I can build something.
I don't know, market makers tried here, but like that break structure or not break structure. What's the word? This change of phase on the trend channel here is just kind of weak for Bitcoin. That's pretty much recovered all of it.
I'm over here taking a doggy doo doo. I'm walking the dog, bro.
Are you walking a dog or is it?
I'm walking a doji dog. Got him
You
on
wanna
the
walk
leash.
the dog?
He's taking a little doo doo right now. Yeah, I nailed this entry on it so far, at least on this small frame. Here, I'll show you my chart.
Research.
Check me out in the bubble chat. One minute chart. We'll see.
Actually, I think it's a pretty decent entry in the 1 minute chart. It might get wrecked right here.
Who's getting wrecked?
Well, no, I mean, not. It might get crossed right here, but
Doge?
yeah, but like it might cross up above it, but I don't think that's bad.
Oh, it's all right. I just put it. It's just $1.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of reason why that would. You know what I mean?
Doesn't give me something to do while I'm sitting here. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. Killing the FOMOs.
Did you see my Aptos? Let me show you that. There it is. Check out where I'm at on Aptos so far.
Yeah, buddy.
This is longer term.
Yeah,
That's
bud.
Look at the entry.
Got him.
If you, wait, let me show you the chart. It's even funnier so you can see where I sniped. Watch this. Okay, check it out. There's the chart for the trade on the daily.
Yeah.
I got it on it.
Yo, that is like you hit that mark.
That's what I've become good at on this since I've been here. sniping.
Yeah, me. Yep. So I am the captain now.
Boy, I be on here, bro. But a lot of times I miss trades though, because either I'm gonna get it or I'm not.
No, it's good. That's like the biggest difference for me is also like catching fallen knives and uh not quite pico tops, but like just under a pico top. Is I mean that's the only reason I think like taking the eval makes sense, right? Because if I wasn't
Maybe
if
close
I
enough.
able to get like bottoms and tops of the range, it wouldn't make sense.
I'm gonna try and snipe this long today on Bitcoin at 67,250. That's my target. Then I'll be pulling the trigger.
If this bear flag plays out, you might get it right.
And if I could get that and then take that back up to the 800, the macro structure break at 74, sell the long, fade out, back into a short. I feel like I'm the epitome of a both way trader. See, but I'm not doing cross though. It's just I'm trying to snipe both directions. So I'm just like constantly shooting. It's like pew, 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 pew.
It's the best way. Yeah, it's definitely like a real. And we've talked about it, but how much cross is just completely been the wrong thing.
Yeah, you're trying to do that what you call it though. It's different.
Yeah. I'm not like in the eval. I get what I get, but I mean, like in my regular trades, like cross has been. Once I switched to isolated, I started finding more success.
Well, I mean, cross is cool. The only reason that I'm terrified of it is if like CZ or something happens and he like starts to pull the orders out the book or something, and then he like takes my whole account, and it's like, well, if I have the funds in the cross account, yeah.
Yeah. Cross is fine if you only have a. You know what I
Well,
mean? Because if you
if
build up, but
if
yeah,
you can have just what you're going to trade in the cross account, and then the rest of the funds in the spot.
but
But,
it kind of goes against like one things, right? Is you're not supposed to risk more than X amount of portfolio, right? So
yeah, that's where people make the biggest
kind of
mistake.
like yeah, cross is kind of like automatically doing that for you. It's risking so much of your portfolio.
Say you never have all your funds in your cross account, even if they're not in the trade, or they're just sitting there.
Yeah.
All it takes is one black swan, and you're done.
Yeah, it's very positive programming for a very risky trade type. You know what I mean? Or positive language, very risky trade type. Which, like, yeah, it can also play in your favor, but if you're above water on everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't. There's nothing that outweighs a black swan trading all my funds in cross. I can't even have that as an option.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, I feel that it's not worth
No
it.
matter what.
If you're if you're trading a really small, if it's an account that's specifically, whatever, you've only
Let's
put.
say even if you had $1, let's say I had $1 in a trade, and it was on 100x on whatever, and
Yeah,
then I had 10,000 bucks in the cross account. Like, oh, we could never take that much. Shit, you'd never know. What
yep.
if?
If
A,
you're in the wrong asset at the wrong time, man, that 7%, 8% drop on Bitcoin could be a like however
Not
many
even that. It's like a
that
scam.
has
What
it.
if a scam wit comes in and the exchange is a scam and Bitcoin goes down to zero for like 1 second and then comes right back up?
Yep. No, I feel that.
What if a nuke goes off and like something happens and Bitcoin like flashes down to like the 10,000 bucks and then comes screw that.
Yeah. Or you're in a short and Bitcoin
Oh
reaches
yeah.
nice, right? Like you're 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 not in a good territory at that point.
Well, if you're in a short and it goes down, and yeah, you get paid, but you could close it quick enough. But I mean, I'm not looking at that side of it. I'm looking at what could happen to take all my money.
Right. You have to consider that risk.
I'm always gonna weigh the negative over the positive every time.
Yep. It's called having a good risk to reward, right? Is you have to consider the full potential risk to be able to consider the full potential reward. I feel like it has to go in that order. If you're not, you're gonna you might catch something like once or twice, but to be able to do that consistently is you know what I mean?
That's why I use a little tiny bit of money with high leverage. That way, always put the burden on them. Okay, you want to get me out? Okay, well here's your couple bucks while I'm got all this on the table.
That's sort of kind of how I feel about this prop firm thing, right? Is the only difference being that like you kind of have to pass the test, but like
Yeah,
it's not really different because you have to do the same. You have to pass the test of the market with leverage, right? So it's not really that different. But it's kind of the same thing. I'm accessing someone else's margin if I succeed, right? So it's like is that very different from leverage? The only difference is that it allows me to play a low position size and to stay in longer. Like that's really the only difference.
What do you have to pay? Like 150 or something?
This one was 120, but that's only a $10,000. And because it's my first test, if I fail, 120 is not a lot to lose. 10,000 is not gonna get me like pico gains, but if I can do it once, then and grow that account, then I can do it again with it's like a it's like $1,000 something for a $100,000 account. So the idea is I can always access more, but I need to prove that I can do it with.
I mean, yeah, I see how you're looking at it because you probably want to do low leverage and spot trades with the money.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I might play a little bit with leverage, but with less than 5% of my red powder.
But do you have to use leverage? Can you do spot with their money?
That I haven't looked at. I think I believe the language you have access to up to 5. I can't remember if it's 5-1 or 10-1 leverage, but I think it's you have access to. So I believe I have a choice, but I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Yeah, if they won't let me use spot with their money, that's hella safe. But I mean, realistically, honestly, if you want 10,000 bucks, that's all you need. You could take, what 400x. What's that to get 10,000 bucks? No, or let's just say 100x to make it easy. 100 bucks times 100,000. That's 10,000 right there.
Yeah.
100x leverage, and you got 10,000 bucks done. No test.
Yeah, but that's if the market's if you're on the right side of the market and you snipe the right trade and you don't like back at all. So like the reason I like this is that I have a little more room to head, right? I have a little more room to well hedging is I have a little bit more room to reduce my risk with the trades because I can play it with a small lot size and then seek higher reward, right? So it's like I still have to maintain my down, but I can like so if I was on leverage, yeah, I could buy the same amount of uh honestly
You would have to back it up
if I
with
was
more
on
money.
leverage with access to a terminal similar to this, it probably wouldn't be bad, right? But the things that I can access with leverage, with the accounts that I have, I'm not a big fan. Or it's not that I'm not a big fan of. It's that for the amount of margin that I have, it's way too easy for me to um, just like wreck. The other part is the psychology. So the other part for me is that I'm really I'm like way more than I am with my own, which I don't know why that is. It's very unhealthy. But because it's like because I'm asking to access someone else's money, I think I'm like naturally. Whereas like with margin, it doesn't that. With margin, it feels like it's my money, and like I don't think about the amount. Or with leverage, I don't think about the amount of someone else's money that I'm being given access to, and so like um that's something that I could certainly overcome time, right? But my off season is going to be coming to a close here, so like now's the time for me, and because of where we are in the cycle, it just
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm definitely going to give it a try when we get down to like 40K or whatever.
yeah, and like even if nothing else, then that's another way to do, right? But it's also like I said, it's all the individual mentality as well.
Since they want to let you enter the test whenever you want, so I'll just enter their test when I'm at the bottom and it's about to bounce.
Yep. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because the thing is, they look for consistency, but that means if you complete the test in 3 days and it's at the bottom, so like I was thinking about this the other time that I would have um if we were already at the bottom and I'd like we'd we'd figured out kind of the range for the bottom, right? Then I could just kind of set like bottoms, tops, and I wouldn't have like any risk to equity, right? Or minimal risk to equity, and greater reward. Like that, like consistency at the bottom means that. But see, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if their test is going to change, right? For at the bottom, I don't know if they're going to modify it or change
They better
like.
not. That's messed up.
Yeah, I wouldn't think of it. Here's the beauty though, right? So um the cool thing is that with at least with this one, right, that I'm doing, and I'll message it because I don't want to like be advertising it, on the Dbloc channel, but um uh the cool thing is that you to keep the account active, you only have to make like I think it's one trade in 30 days, right? So you can make that one trade and like ahead of time before we get to the bottom, right? And do a safer trade, whatever you gotta, and then you don't have to touch it until like we know what the range is, or so that way you could still have like the test on the criteria before we bottom out. Um, you know what I mean? But and that like that way, if they do change the criteria, that like you still have the test active from before. You just make a couple
Oh,
trades at very low risk, right? And all you have to do is you could like open the test now, take one trade per month. You just have to remember that, right? Take one trade per month. That's like a safer risk trade, right? And then have that criteria from now till we get to the bottom. I don't know if like I'd definitely read the agreement, but that's a potential way to do that, as long as they don't have stipulations that say otherwise, right? And the other good thing is,
That's
so,
cool.
so this one is in particular is partnered with Kraken, which I like, because when I did trade for spot, Kraken is what I used. It's got good enough, right? It's a U.S. Um, it's a U.S. market, a U.S. exchange, and I actually my bigger thing is that I'm a big fan of their desktop app, although I can't get it working. I'll have to. It won't be hard, but I do have to figure it out for Linux, because it's a few more steps to get it to function. But it's very customizable. It's got a lot of tools, and I'm talking about like Kraken Pro or Kraken Desktop particularly. Uh, but yeah, they've partnered with them, so like now you can basically, if you use the same as your Kraken account, you can get funded, and then you can trade with your Kraken account, with that funding.
So what's the basic rule to pass the test? What do they want?
Through all the so for this one, so there's 3 types of test. There's classic, and they have a 1-step and a 2-step. There's elite, which costs less, right? But you have
Well, I'll stick to the one you're doing.
so the one that I'm doing is I'm doing the 1-step classic 10,000. So my profit share now you pay for 90% profit share, right? It's like another $10, like $10 for because I don't know what the other option is, right? All I saw was like, do you want the 90-10 profit share? And I was like, yes. So it's an extra $10, right? And then step 1 goal is $1,000. If you do the 2-step, it's 500 benefit, right? But you have a little bit higher daily loss and a little bit higher backstream. So I'm taking the 1-step, up to 90% profit share. Step 1 goal 1,000. Max daily loss is 3%. Max drawdown 600, and your leverage is up to 5-1. That's both, right? The beauty. Sorry, I gotta pull the other. There was a.
So you had to make 1,000 profit to pass.
Yep.
So they want you to make 10% of the 10,000 you're trading with.
Yes, but you don't. There's no like. As far as I know, there's no.
Frame?
As long as you keep trading, once per 30 days. So like you can do like 3 trades a day and make that 1,000, right? Yeah.
The max trades you could do per day.
There is no max. It's
Really?
Yeah. So I'm gonna pull up the thing that I looked or I'm trying to find the name of the website, but called Cop Firm Match. Now they offer like discounts and stuff for different. The thing is, some of the other prop firms you don't want to use their discounts because like third party signing up through a third party can nullify some of the things. But do your own research always. Yeah, yada. But yeah, this is where I went to kind of look through it, and you can sort it by country. You can buy a bunch of different things. Great. And you can also look at like how prop firm has been open. So I do like this is not smart content, but this is what I use to do it. See, and then if you like, and you can also filter by asset type. So I filtered by crypto. What do you all? Yeah. I also, like I was particularly looking at this one that other users in the community mentioned. So, and they pay out in USD, which is, I wish it was USDT, but whatever. It doesn't matter. They pay out. So it says this is the only firm true daily payouts, allowing traders to receive it directly to the ERC20 wallet with no intermediaries or extra KYC requirements. You do have to KYC, but the KYC process was pretty simple. No limit on your payouts. There's no profit cap. 0 lifetime payout denials. Spotless track record of payouts. You can also pay out on demand, right? Like super big for someone who's trying to turn this. And
Interesting. So
to limit your
had to
strategies.
fill out.
No anti-gambling rule. No profit cap. No reverse trading restriction. No news. Oh, I didn't even realize. No, but that's cool.
You had to do face scan and all that and fill out a 1099.
I didn't have to fill out a 1099, but I did an ID scan. So that is a thing, right? No news, trading restrictions, no one-sided betting rule, no negative margin equity. Sort of. That's. I think this is for trading it. I don't think that's for the test. The test is. Yeah, you get to up to 5x on BIDI and ETH, and up to 2x on, which I think is safe, right? But yeah, up to. So I would say you could probably trade spot with it. Applicable to both.
Is it only for crypto?
I believe so. This one. But there are tons of other ones. Like, so yeah, this is, it says instruments, major crypto pairs. And so yeah, only crypto.
Okay. I think I've heard enough. But pretty cool.
Yep. And
I'll definitely try it eventually.
yeah. Like I looked at this one, I looked at FTMO is another one that a lot of people know. But yeah, what's cool is you can go on through there. So there's type of firm, CFD, crypto only, stocks only. You can select in like it kind of shows you the biggest firm. You can do it by rank, which I don't know what their esoteric rank metric is. You can do it by country supported by firm. Now the country by firm is like a little bit weird because so some of the bigger ones, right, like that don't operate in the United States have subsidiaries that operate in the States or like partners, right, affiliates or whatever. So like some of them you can access, you just can't access through your traditional. So it's like, you might want to look through by rating and not select it by country. And then, for assets, you can select forex, energy, stocks, crypto, indices, other commodities, metals. You can also select it by platform. I found that to be a little easier. Like some of them you can do directly on TradingView. This one is specifically their proprietary terminal, right? But I think you can also trade it on Kraken once you get, like, basically once you get approved, you can shift it over to Kraken. Some of them you can do on Bybit, some of them, you know, just all different ones. There's a bunch for MetaTrader as well. And then you can filter it by program type, instant, 1-step, 2-step, 3-step, 4-step. I feel like, I don't know what instant means, but that sounds sketchy. It's like,
I try to figure out how they're not losing money off of this.
well, because what do you mean, like prop firms or like this website?
Yeah, I mean, if you only had to pay $100 to pass the test, and then they're going to give you 10 grand, and you're going to get to keep 90% of the profits. Like
The profits, but so you only get,
is that keeping their money? Yeah.
yeah, you only get paid if you're successful, right? So that it actually does make sense.
Never mind.
Yeah. No, but I hear you now. And
I wasn't
that
thinking.
said, like commissions are included and all. So it's like you still have to pay the toll, right? You're not paying the toll out of your money. It's getting paid. It's getting deducted profit.
They're getting their money used.
Yeah,
They can
but
never lose their money. Well, no,
right.
they
But if
can.
you're a
You can lose
profitable
money if you
trader,
lose the trade.
and you've paid the fee to take the test and succeeded, right? Because that's the thing, is they are making tests. So, like, I Tanner brought it up a bit, or last night, but you got to think, right? Like, some of the people that are doing these prop firm tests are, you know, people like experienced traders, smart traders, whatever. Most of the folks that are trying to access that amount of margin are not experienced traders, and they just see, oh, 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, right? And they have no idea of risk mitigation. They have no idea of like actually how to trade, but they're like, oh, if I had 100 grand, I wouldn't be wrecked, right? And they're not considering all. So the truth is, I would imagine the rate of success evaluations is probably much lower with first time entrants, right? And it may even be lower with, like, you know, it may be just low in general. So they're making money off the test, but they're also making money off make for them. However, if you are successful trades and you're consistent and you have a system that involves good risk mitigation and you're not afraid to get in there, right, and get your hands dirty, it may make sense, right? So I do think I think it can provide a lot of value, but I also think that, like, just like anything, um, you kind of got to know yourself. You got to be a bit yourself. Like, I believe in myself to complete this test, but I've already factored that, like, the part of the reason I did a smaller test for the first test is if I fail, I want to learn valuable things from about my own trading. So, like, you know, it's another way to pay the tuition, right? But I'm not trying, like, I'm actively doing the things to not fail. I've just considered that as a possibility because I think it's realistic to think that I'm just going to go in on my first test and win, right? Statistically speaking. Now, I don't think it's unrealistic to think that I could succeed or pass this, and I think I've been pretty, like, you know, people snipe their entries on trades. I've been pretty careful and methodical. Like, I waited until we didn't have until we closed under that 50 EMA. So I kind of have like a general idea of where the direction is going. Like, there's there's things that make sense for me that may not make sense for that I think is important to consider if you're considering a problem. But the other thing is, I think that like I looked for one that had pretty simple stipulations, but like had has a long enough record and has enough people mentioning it, right? That it makes sense. Because some of them have like very low stipulation, very low barriers to entry, but they're probably not gonna pay. You know what I mean? Like, or I don't want to say probably not, but there's a good possibility that like that's not like they're just raking it in and on. Or where like there's issues with their terminal, right? Like there's a lot of things that happen that could like you could do all the right things and then that moment happens and for whatever your trade fails because system fails or because there's not enough liquidity with what exchange it's running through, or you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of ways they could set it up to be unhealthy. And I think like a lot of the information that's out there that's about like passing a prop firm test, like is probably someone trying to sell you to pass a prop firm test, which is like now you're adding potentially like 3-4 grand on top of your prop firm eval to learn how to pass the eval, and then what you followed somebody else's criteria, and then what's even worse is if you take that and then you don't pass the test, and then you take 7 more tests because now you paid for the course. Yep, like dude, there's a lot of ways that this could, and I haven't taken any. I'm not saying the courses aren't good. I'm just telling you what I would imagine could go wrong, right? Just like you were talking about, how you have to consider the risk first, and you have to consider the risk most heavily. I kind of like did the same thing with this, and that's why I didn't just jump right in. I wanted to trade my own money because that's how I learned, and I wanted to trade on high leverage.
I hear you.
Fire to be hot. You know what I mean?
Gotta start with a low account and see how it is.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the way. Like I have to be methodical, and I'm not. I'm just absolutely like I either give the most Fs or I give 0 Fs. You know what I mean? that's
Yeah.
the mentality.
Well, where are we going here? We're at 69.5. It didn't bleed past 69 yet.
Six, 7.
We got 67 in the building. I got an order at 67, 250.
We ain't quite hit that 6-7 yet.
No, I think 68, 69 is good enough right now. E-Man.
What's the deal?
Man, I'm in my work van right now. I have to go check on my routes. Hey, I bought some pharmaceutical routes, E-Man. I got all the good stuff.
Okay, I quit.
Nah, I just I took some of my money and bought some I've got 3 pharmaceutical routes. And I got drivers.
Marijuana? What do you mean pharmaceutical routes?
I deliver drugs. I'm your local drug dealer.
Oh, okay.
But like
yeah.
legally.
Cool.
Yeah, I bought up like 3 vans and got about 4 different routes, and I got 3 different drivers. It's going pretty good. I've been doing it for like 9 months now.
Oh, you started a business. All right, cool. Yeah, regular pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Interesting.
Yeah, if the everything goes down, I know one thing: pharmaceuticals are still going to boom.
How did you figure out that idea?
Well, when I was in college, I did it, and I was working for somebody, and they were robbing me, and I
Oh,
figured out the system.
oh,
Interesting.
got their idea going. That's good. That's good. Yeah. No, you can be the man.
Sometimes the best
Oh,
motivator.
I am the man. I am the man.
The man
Sometimes the
with
best
the plan.
motivator is that boot on the back of your neck until you figure out why they thing and figure out what you would do with it. You know what I mean? Like like I think that's like a lot of folks become the boss or they own businesses because they see how the business is growing. People they're like, well, I could do it better and make more sense, right? Other people just gonna be the one. That's all.
Cool, man. Have fun.
I know one thing is that you're definitely not wrong. Uh, they can automate anything, right? But the truth is, the the legal drug game has always been there. It's just less people get to do it. Not life advice.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do. I'm just trying to snipe this trade. I need to make at least 700 a week. That's not a bad job.
E-Man, you still here?
Yeah.
I had to take a phone call. Hey, but it's some routes that come out your way from where I'm at. They go out towards your way.
Missouri?
Yep, I got people who go way out to Missouri and Oklahoma.
Oh, it's long routes. Okay. I thought it was inner city.
Well, the ones that I got are actually local, but some other guys got some longer ones. I don't want longer ones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if it'd be a good thing for me to do.
Oh, bro, I went in at 6:30. E-Man, I'll be done by 10, and I'll make over 200 at a minimum. And I don't have to do this though. I only do it because I have nothing to do in the morning. I have nothing to do, and I got two other vans going that I'll make over 200 on them. Like, of course, I gotta pay my drivers, but man, it's very lucrative, bro. And
What
people
is
don't talk about it. People don't talk about it enough.
the employee just keeps the van at their home and then they head out, or
No, you park it at the warehouse, and they
oh,
drive
and
their
you gotta
car to
drive
the
home.
warehouse.
Okay, well, where's the warehouse in Missouri?
But as long as on my other routes that I'm not even touching and not doing anything, as long as I can make $400 to $500 a week on those routes, those other two, I'm cool. I don't do anything on them but maintenance of van.
Yeah, that don't sound bad. I don't. It would have worked for me because I got narcolepsy. I keep falling asleep.
Ah, okay, I see what you said.
I don't want to fall asleep while driving a van.
True. But I mean, you
Although I
can get
got,
into the business. you can get into, like, I don't have to run a route, man. I got people
Yeah,
begging
I
me
wouldn't
to
want to run
ride,
around.
but I'm just kind of like, I have nothing to do. I'll run one of these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Language.
I don't know if you want to. If you expand to Missouri, you could figure something out.
Yeah, I can. I'll shoot you a message here in a minute of the company, because like I say, it's stuff people don't talk about enough. Very lucrative. If I broke my back or my leg or anything tomorrow, bro, I still at least got about $1,500 a week that can come in without me getting out my bed, bro.
Man, all right. I like the not getting out the bed thing.
You make even more if you get out the bed, though. But yeah, man, I think 68, 69K. I think that's a good place to bounce, and then maybe down more after we come up.
We're already at we're already hit 60. Wait, what do we hit? See, yeah, we're at 69.3 already.
Is that the low?
67.5, bro. That's where I'm at. I'll get my man's paid on his short. They'll get me in on a trade long.
What are you, 10x, 20x?
I'm on the sideline now, but I'll be going 400 though. I'll probably do like an $8,000 position. It will cost me more than 20, $30. I gotta go see. Let me see.
Seeing somebody dump like over 10,000 BTC. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, $40. I'll buy me a $10,000 position.
At what, 400x?
$8,000. Yeah, 400x cost $40. Will give me 8,000. I'll trade that at 67,250. I'll back it up with a couple of hundreds. Get in profit. Give me a stop loss behind it. And then ride it up to the 50. Which could be like 71-ish. Or it'll probably be lower by then. Wherever it's at. And I'll fade it.
That's a great strategy. Great strategy.
I'll fade that and then consider short right then and there. Then I'll be joining my man's in his trade down to 40.
Man, I am not loving this sideways action. Tell you what.
Are you
You're
still
gonna get it.
using Weeks? You still on Weeks?
Yeah. I'm on there in Coinbase.
Yeah, something happened to my Coinbase. Fuck Coinbase.
Yeah, they got perpetuals out there now.
Well, Coinbase say that I owe them 11 grand, but how the fuck? Yeah, they say I owe them 11 grand.
Did you do
I didn't.
futures?
No, I didn't do anything. I only use Coinbase to send my money from Weeks, my crypto from Weeks there, and then deposit to my account.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of lawsuit with Coinbase right now too.
So I don't know what
for for their fees and all that, but they probably think that you deposited money in there and then something didn't clear, and then you took money.
Nah, I haven't done any kind of scams with them. Or anything. But it was strange when they sent me an email and I got on my account and it was like, you can't do anything until you pay. I was like, man, fuck y'all. I don't use y'all for anything. Like, what the
Yeah, but
fuck?
they could send you to the debt collector, and then they'll put it on your credit.
Man, fuck Coinbase. They gotta prove it.
Yeah, I don't know how that works, if they can send you to the debt collector or not. But even if they do, if they send you to the debt collector, then you can negotiate with them and tell them, I mean, if you even want to, but get out of it on the cheap. Or you could do this tactic. If they try to, once they get it to the point where they get it to the debt collector, and then you don't want to pay it anyway, and so they try to stick it on your credit report. Once it gets there, go to Credit Karma and contest it, and click on that, and then the burden will be on them. They'll have I think a week or two, I can't remember, to prove that it's legit, or it'll be removed from your credit report. If they don't reply to your
Oh,
contested time, it'll automatically be removed, regardless of it was
yeah.
legit or not.
Bet. I didn't know about that one.
I had a whole bunch of stuff took off my credit back in the day, but with that tactic. And a couple of them, I really owed their asses, but they didn't reply back when I contested it. So,
I might go do that today. Well, man, look, I'm gonna run in here and deliver these drugs, man. I'll get
all
back
right,
on
man.
a little later, man. I'll make me some trades and shit.
Okay, we'll be on here getting it.
Bet. Y'all be safe, man. Stay out the way of these degens.
You too, bro. Safe travels. Man, whole time I thought we were on YouTube. I don't think we're on YouTube right now.
What's that?
I don't know. We are
We are what?
on YouTube.
No, I don't know. I don't care.
Nah, just bro's language. That's all.
Oh, I ain't gonna curse. Did someone curse?
Yeah, he did it a few times, like 4 times.
Ooh.
Like, I ain't tripping, but I was like, I had my browser down because the alerts are, I don't want my alerts going crazy all night because it's loud, because it's cracking sounds. I just turned it up and I was like, oh, we were definitely all over YouTube. And he said the F word like 7 times.
Come on, man. You can't be coming in here like that.
Oh, good. See, fast loose. Uh,
Come on, Bitcoin. Let me get something. Give me 50 EMA. Give me a dump. Just don't give me nothing.
yeah, it's just like a tighter and tighter range.
I mean, do you have any scalp trades where you would need to react to anything?
Nah, all my stop losses are set. Like I'm all my stop losses fine.
Looks like you're looking for bigger moves, so it's going to be a minute. You're just chart staring.
Yep. It'll be the quickest way to pass the test. I will scalp like within, you know what I mean? So I've got mostly long plays, not long, but like longer term plays, higher targets, lower targets type of thing, um, or wider targets, I should say. But I've got, like, what I'll do is I'll take a bit of that margin and I'll scalp within. inside of it, so that like I'm sort of like when it's ranging like this, so I'm playing the range, but I'm also in position for when momentum picks up in either direction, like when we get actual velocity. And that way, if this is a compression before market opens, right? Hopefully I'm in position on both sides of it.
I
That
think
way, like
yesterday was 11 a.m. when we got the big movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, 11 Central Time. So I don't know where you're at.
I'm east.
East, so it'll be 10 for you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I think. 10 a.m. We're gonna get some movement. What time is it? 7:50. I'll be right here. If I don't say anything, that means I'm napping.
Yeah, that's why that like I don't love this little tight range. Like the range is getting tighter because like I can't add to my position. You know what I mean? Like I can't scalp it. I can't. Not really. I just gotta kind of wait and watch.
Yeah, we're gonna look at some alts. None of them are good enough to even consider shorting. Like at this point, I would look for like an alt that did some type of illegitimate pump out of nowhere. I don't see anything that's good enough. There's some coins that are up like 30, 40, 60%, but they're just total turds. Who knows?
Yeah, see, there's that thing. It's like if it was my own money, I'd do it. Actually, you know what? Even if I'd passed the test, I might do it. But right now, especially because I'm just taking a test, and I'm not really trading with my own money. It's not like where all my favorites thing. I'm not doing it just because I would feel silly if I was trading an alt that wasn't that looked good for whatever reason. It did something that I didn't expect because I wasn't, keen to whatever the movement on that thing was. Why? Why? All my research is in Bitcoin. I mean, I've got a little bit, but right now, it's just not for me. No, more power to you, though.
Yeah, I just kind of got a groove. Kind of see how things move. there's always outliers. Like sometimes, like right before we're gonna dump, there'll be like some random altcoin that does like some big ass green vector candles scam out of nowhere, and I'll just knife that.
Yeah, it's almost like
And one of the coins that likes to do that is what is it called? Mavia, and there's another one. What's that other one? I think it starts with an A. Hold on, let me go look.
I almost think that like sometimes when these coins do it, it's them trying to correct, like not correct, but like prepare themselves for what's going to happen. Kind of
Well,
like
they'll
point.
short squeeze, like right before Bitcoin's about to dump. They'll do. There's a bunch of shorts on them, and they'll short squeeze to get them up out of their positions, and it'll come up with a bunch of green vectors, and then that's what you can get in with a short, and then it'll just dump right back down.
Yeah. That's exactly what that is. Or at least that's what it seems like when I see it. Let's look at that. That does. Yeah, one thing I'll say is something that I actually appreciate AI generated content for. It's that it's made all the clickbait that much more obvious that it's clickbait.
That's the coin amp. That thing. When there's going to be a big dump, amp will just pump out of nowhere. There we go. 9 a.m. sharp Eastern. Couple buyers. Go ahead, buyers. Pick it up. So I can get ready for my 11 a.m. dump.
I don't even think that was the buyers yet. That was market maker.
Okay, whoever they got to do it.
Market maker's trying to, I think, get buyers to come in. What it feels like.
Let them come in. Come on up to 70,500. 71,000, even better. See, that 50's been drugged down some. Come on, market maker, push it up some more. Oh, man. Weak.
Are we expecting a midweek today?
Oh, I forgot about the midweek reversal. What is today?
Because I don't like. I don't want to say. I'm not super good on those, but that's like I know we broke structure. So that's where I don't know how that works.
I asked Dbloc earlier about it, and he said because we invalidated, Monday, we were supposed to, whatever, go down and then have 3 days up, being that we invalidated. We have to wait until, whatever, see if we get a weekend trap. And then, but, yeah, no, we're not looking for, the midweek reversal, but
Copy that.
it's just trading momentum.
Yeah. Like it's all risk right here, anyways. That and kind of that macro, like we do have all that liquidation, so it's like kind of hard to say what would happen. Market maker's going to want to close on its spread at least where it can.
Well, the macro structure's broke, so maybe retest daily open at the most.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I at least I added some more shorts right up there at the top of that wick.
Already?
Yeah, with really tight stops. That way, if it does, like, if we don't get a bull flag here or something, a W form, we just get more M's like we've been getting, kind of thing. I still shorted it. Like I said, my my macro bias is bearish. So I'm leaning more heavily on my shorts now. But I give them really tight stops, and so it's basically like I'm building a spread or like a grid, with a little bit of like I'm taking a little bit of equity loss on the chin to be able to get in position.
Let's see.
That, and I pushed my long stop losses up into profit right there. And then because the thing is, if we I still have one that's like under 50% of that vector candle. So if we come down to like 75%, I'll add more, right? Because that could be a like higher low. So I'll add longs on lower lows, add long higher low with really tight stops, and then basically what sticks is how I'm playing the range, and then I'll scalp within the range.
Golly, super bearish. Can't even get up to the 50 to test it. Little action. We get 70,000, 71,000. 71,000 flat. I'll join you in shorts at 71,000 flat. Really, 71.5, really.
Yeah, I definitely see a case for it. 13 did cross the 50, but we've also had like failed rallies, quite a few failed rallies on the bullish side. So that's the only reason I'm like, I'm just getting in. Anytime I see like a stop in upward movement, I'm just getting in. Like at least on a big enough candle, it's got to be like this was just above kind of that drop off point on the 1 minute on the left side there. If this is a W, right? But it's not all the way to the right side of that M, the top, right? So because it like stops at that shelf before it gets to the top, I'm considering that like I'm looking at that like it's a lower high. Like it's a higher high for that really small time frame, but like that could be a center, right? And then but if that's the case, I'll buy longs when it comes down here for a higher low, right? Because what it's been doing a lot is like it'll get here that 13 will cross up the 50 and then it'll come back down. And if it's going to bounce, it waits to bounce pretty much right when it's about to print another cross, and then it doesn't. And so that gives me a little bit of time. Like if it slows down around there, I'll buy like a long, and then like, because I'm doing a pretty small lot size, but I'll buy a long or two with tight stops. And then if it drops below, I'll wait for a little bit of a better entry. I'll wait to see that EMA curving up, or I'll wait till it comes back down to like this bottom shelf that we've been on, right? Or anywhere in a range of like $200 on Bitcoin price to 250 of that bottom. I'll buy those longs and just put super tight stops on it. Like I'm doing like, so I have my preset at 3,000 pips, and then I'll drag my stop loss up like right up on the wick. That way I have enough room, you know, but it's tight enough to where I'm not missing much, but I'm not losing much.
Yeah, we might not get to see that. We might be going straight down.
Yeah, I am looking for a long here though, like just around here, because you see how the 13 hasn't crossed yet.
Yeah, I'm back to that again. That's what happens when you go down.
So I'm looking for a lower high right here.
I still got that buy at 67,250.
Like right there, you see how there was like, there was some weakness there, like on the red candle, like started to slow down. It's like sellers weren't sure, buyers started coming in, or you could say, sellers were pushing too hard, and then buyers were coming in to try to buy up this dip, right? So because I saw like price slow down, the velocity slow down, I was buying longs there, and because it's my thing is set to 3,000 pips, the stop loss for those longs is right there at that bottom wick before we pumped, right? So it works out pretty like this. If it does come down, rips down, it'll stop me out. I'll hear my alert for the stop out. I'll look at the chart. If we have anything like either quick velocity back up, which would give me like a tweezer bottom, right? Most likely, or you know, a dip down, but then the market's not sure whether it's going to be long or short, then I can buy back in down there. I've minimized my loss, but I've got like I've hit those bottoms, right? And if it dips below that much further, I mean that's a lower low anyways, right? So then that reduces the potential in most cases that I'm going to want to buy back in. I'll at least wait a little bit to see, and then I'll get like a a type 2 or a type 3 instead. That way I'm still like I'm playing both sides of it. My targets are very long term. So the thing that so all of my equity loss that I've taken, which out of this $10,000 account, I'm down like 300, right? In over 2 days. I went up, I went down, but what I'm really doing is I'm playing like a midterm, long term. So I'll have a few days that, maybe I didn't make that much on this. Maybe I didn't, but I didn't have, I didn't lose more than 3% of my account. And I've got a bunch of positions open on both sides. And I'm moving the positions that are closer to each other, like where my long and the top and the bottom of this, or the bottom and the top of this range, respectively, that we're in, those stop losses are tight to it. Those stay within 3,000 pips, and I'll move them even closer, right? As time goes on, or as I see things, like I start to see velocity, right? That way I'm getting stopped out in profit for most of them, and I keep like one or two at the bottom and the top, so that I still have at least one position with a little bit of breathing room on each side of that range. That way, if it does keep going down, I've got I got a position at the top. I got a position at the bottom. If it does pop up, right? If I lose my positions right there, then I'm looking to open another short up at the top. But it does take, like, I have to be like, I spent yesterday pretty much all day staring at the charts. You know what I mean? But I am trying to take this test very seriously. And then this is like maybe not the most sustainable trade full time. This is how I'm gonna trade on, because that's just the way my schedule works. So it makes sense to kind of like maximize on my off days and to like really pay attention to the chart. Now, you know, there's going to be days where I don't take gigs when we're like getting ready to get out of the weekend trap, or we're getting ready to whatever, to be prepared for major price movements, so that I can trade those days, trade high volume days, trade large trending days as well. Those are kind of like the two. I just want to try to like avoid chop. I want to try ranges. Not financial advice, just a me thing. What I am like normally, like I don't want to in the future be trading this range too much, but it's because of where we are in the time cycle, right? That I'm looking to increase my positions. That, and because we've been trending down so hard, right? So it's really like we're in a pretty strong trend. This is like the bad bit.
It's above the 13 again. There you go.
Going on with all this dumping.
Bear market. Bear market.
Going, man. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, we'll get one.
Yeah, release the rally in the bear market, but
It's just going to continue.
release rally ain't started yet though. The prior release rally ended at 95K.
When it comes to I don't know if this is a relief rally or if it's a deviation outside the opening.
I don't think you get another release rally until we get down to the 60s. Nah, I'm gonna go. Here we go. I'm coming up to this 50. Yeah, man, this 15. I'm looking to get short at here.
It just came right up to where my shorts are. It's
And
literally
that's where I
time.
want to enter. 71,000 will get me in the game. I'm about to put order in.
I'm leaning towards them trapping shorts right up here too.
I'll put a real stop. We're bearish.
Are all great. They all perform well in their field. They all are great to have fun with. I've flown all of them extensively. I enjoyed the Star Lancer. It was the homie ship. Me and the homies roll in this thing, have people feedback into feedback city. The Hermes, I used it for the majority of the entirety of the entire paid mission. I did all of my cargo running with the Hermes, and it was simple and easy. Even moving the
Yeah, I think you're assuming that we're gonna make it up past the 50. If we don't show strength or if we don't build structure through the 50, right?
Look at this.
I'm not saying wrong. I'm just, I do think we have to at least factor for the potential that we don't even break the 50, or if that we break the 50, that it's a deviation. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't.
I agree with it 100%.
Yeah, it has to go down, or it can only go down. I think that's the more likely scenario, right?
Don't get me wrong. There's so much liquidity above us. We're definitely going to have a short squeeze in the near future. I just, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be yet.
I'm going to go short if they rip it up.
But I've been wrong plenty of times.
See, there's that word "feel" though, right? I don't think that you're. I think I actually think there's a good case for that, right? That market maker is going to try to collect as much liquidity, sweep as far up as it can, and considering that this pump is not market maker right here, right? I think there's a good case for that. There's some of this pump is triggered by market maker at the bottom, but most of this right here is retail. Um, above that last wick, to our left on the 1 minute, right? So I think there is a good chance that market maker pushes it up to the 50, even above the 50, maybe up to the 200, right? But I think the probability is much like the higher we get.
I agree.
The higher we get, well, I should say the lower retail stops, the less likely I think market maker spend to try to get retail to come back in and create an exit. But I do think no matter what, market maker is going to try to create exit. Although I don't know what market maker spread is, and I don't know if it's like if it makes sense for market maker at this point to increase his risk, right, to his account at this point. That being said, it's more possible that yeah, he tries to create some liquidity up at the top, and I think it's very. I just have to see. I'd have to see strength through 50 first, and then I'd have to see strength beyond 50% between the 50 and the. That's what I would like to see. Now we do have. So if we make it up like 50, a little bit above 50% between like 60% between the 50 and the 200 on the 15, there is a nice vector gap up there, right? That we still got to collect. So I see a case for it. I would just have to see us getting high enough market maker to make sense for him to push it up. If he
So we just tapped the VWAP, got a little rejection. See what happens on the 13 right here. I'm looking at the 1 minute. That might be it.
I agree with you on that extent, but as far as like short term right here, yesterday there was a dump at 11 a.m. and then there's also that fractal that he drew yesterday, and it fits perfectly with this right here. So that's why I'm playing for the rejection here, and then continuing down to 67, where I have a long. Oh, well, we're thinking the same thing. No, I got a long at 67 250 that I'm trying to hit today. And I don't have a short open because I didn't get in, but I'm gonna get it in here in a minute.
Yeah, I think we finished the breakdown of the bull flag, bear flag, and then build a pattern and maybe get a reversal. But we'll see what the charts say. I see BJ's at the chart. You got anything to talk about?
Could be me, but I can't understand you.
Possible inverse head and shoulders, and I'll show you. I'm gonna draw it.
Good morning again. So this candle wick on the 69-minute chart did not exactly reach 70,889. The 13 EMA is at 71,043. So the body of this candle would need to close over 70,603 and then have an opening above the descending angle around 70,008 in order to challenge that 13 EMA. And so far, the body of the candle has not come high enough. And we have about 12 minutes left, so we'll see what happens here. But the wick falls just short of the ascending angular that would bring us above the 13 EMA. So I'm watching a horizontal and a descending angular on this particular candle. So we may not get our answer for another couple hours.
Yeah, I do want to mention too that like if you look at pretty much any time frame but the 1 minute, it's we're still in a bearish channel. We're just touching up at the top of that, right? On the 1 minute though, we are flagging out here in a bull flag, right?
Yeah, I
And
see something.
we have switched to an upward trending channel. So like there's, you know, if there's anywhere, it's either now or later, right?
Check the bubble chat hold.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm looking at that exact same thing. I was looking at that on the 5 minute. And so if you look, let's see, you can probably
Okay,
see it.
so if you open up your economic calendar for today, it's important to notice what's going on at 10 a.m. Eastern, which is in 46, 56, in 14, what is that?
In 15 minutes.
14 minutes is the jobs numbers, the jolts. So that's 10 a.m. Eastern. At 10:30, we have the natural gas stocks change, and then we have speakers or Fed speaker Bostic on at 10:50. At 11 a.m. there's the 4-week auction, 8-week bill auction at 11:30, and then the mortgage rates, 15-year mortgage rate is at 12, and then the Fed balance sheet comes out at 4:30 today Eastern time, 16:30. So that's 12. Yeah, 4:30, right? Yep. So we have important data throughout the day. That's why you might be seeing some indecision between now and the afternoon. And you can also see some volatility after that jobs opening comes up in 12 minutes and 30 seconds. So make sure you have your positions, covered if you're close to a particular line that you're watching.
Well, thank you. Wasn't aware of that stuff.
So let's see if I can find projections for you on these.
So the calendar says that, but I am thinking back to an announcement regarding this. Let me see if I can confirm if those numbers are delayed because of the shutdown. And that would play into this movement today as well. So the forecast is not there. Let me see if I can find out. BLS handling of missing data. BLS could not collect October 2025 reference period data for some surveys.
So
That doesn't give me what I need.
I will say in general, it's JOLTS is the job openings data for reference for folks. So we've been year over year dropping.
February
And
11th, Consumer Price Index, January 26th, Wednesday, February 11th. Previous scheduled release date, it will be Friday the 13th for the Consumer Price Index at 8:30. Okay. Let's see.
Oh, I thought it was today.
Right, February 11th. What is this? Consumer price. All right, so the CPI and real earnings that were scheduled for today have been moved to Friday, February 13th at 8:30. Okay, so I just told you that, but I don't know about this JOLTS data. I don't see a specific announcement about that. If somebody can come online and tell me if they've seen it before I see it, and maybe I'm not looking in the exact right spot here. I am in the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I am on their announcements page. Maybe somebody could ask an AI about it.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I'm looking right now. So JOLTS data continues to show a gradual sustained down in labor, with job openings trending downward and weakening, not signaling a recession. The data supports a dovish Fed
Are they
stance.
out there? Because I don't hear anything. Maybe I'm talking into the nothing.
A favorable environment for modest rate in 2026.
Hear any crickets?
I hear him.
Oh, you know what? I had my mute on, or my sorry. So
You're
you
deafened.
can talk. If I've been talking over somebody, I'm so sorry.
No. You did for a second, but I stopped.
Good morning. I am so sorry. I had a phone call earlier, so I put my mute on, and then I forgot to take it off. I'm so sorry.
No. But yeah, so I'm not seeing anything specific about whether or not we're gonna get it today. I am seeing and this kind of tracks, right? So JOLTS, for those who are not aware, is job openings data, which we've been in decline for quite some time. To give you an idea, the January 7th, 2026, contributed to a decline in 10-year Treasury to approximately 4%, supporting modest improvements in mortgage rate. So lagging indicator JOLTS data is released with five-week delay, making it coincident or a lagging indicator. It reflects past trends, not predictions. What it was saying was JOLTS data continues down, and job opening is trending downward. While not signaling a recession, dovish Fed stance at a favorable cuts in 6. Investor and economists as a key barometer of labor market and inflation. One of the things, like in general, I think expecting a decline is normal, right? It sounds like we kind of, unless there was a spike up in job openings, I don't think there'd be a huge reaction because this has been happening over time, year over year, right?
Well, job tightening would signal that the labor prices will go up. ISM servicing was a good number, and so the economic activity is improving. So when you have a tighter labor job openings, that means that those that are seeking jobs are in a better position to receive a higher cost or price for their labor. right? Employers would need to pay more for labor when the openings are tighter.
Correct. There's I'm gonna read and this is trends. The quit rate fell to 2.2%, indicating declining worker confidence and mobility. And I think that that makes sense, right? With AI, automating and automation way, people are less likely to quit. Hires and total separations from that, suggesting a stagnant labor market. Job openings declined in accommodation and food services, transportation, trade, while rising in construction, building all this infrastructure for AI, right? So those jobs are increasing.
Are gonna get increasing, and I think I just reversed what I meant to say. So if I said that backwards, I apologize, because
Well,
sometimes
actually, I think you're right. If if it wasn't like the AI thing that we're in, right? If it wasn't like automations coming, I think that would be right. Like, because it's more jobs means less skilled labor, right? In most cases, or
but servicing labor has gone up with
yeah,
increased activity. But the thing that we're facing is what types of jobs, and there is a lot of construction being or there's deals about bringing manufacturing back to the United States, right? So all of these, like Corningware, for instance, that's a supplier of materials for the AI industry. I mean, you have to think about what are the components of this new AI infrastructure that is booming or blooming at the moment. So there's going to be demand for those types of materials and cooling spaces, AI centers, data centers, that kind of thing. So materials in building are going to go up. Copper, that's why these rare earths are a big deal right now, and so on.
yep, yeah, absolutely, and I think so. I don't think we're there yet, but I do think there will be a transition, right? So at some point there will be a boom in uh like uh what do they call it? Mixed collar labor, where it's highly skilled folks working in labor jobs. So this is like the people that will be maintaining factories that are more automated, right? Because we need someone who knows what they're looking at on a readout, so on and so forth, um, to maintain that like really expensive equipment that's replacing human jobs, right? So um, I don't I think you'll see that in some industry. Tech, you've seen that, right? But I think a lot of other manufacturing will eventually get there too, and I'm sure you've seen it in some of those across anyways. But I don't think that's for some time, and I think we're going to see more decline. So not having that's what I don't know. So research.
One thing I just was reminded of is that the University of Kentucky has just developed a new major in that program for AI. So you can graduate with a degree in artificial intelligence. That is just brand new.
50 EMA denied.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
DJ. Could you say that again?
The University of Kentucky has just rolled out a new major. So you can major in artificial intelligence, and that is brand new. So that this is going to become a competitive field.
I would like to do that.
I mean, seriously.
Okay, so the JOLTS report is scheduled for release February 7th, 2026 at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and its absence would create significant market uncertainty. Without the data, traders lose the indicator of labor market strength, which directly influences expectations for Federal Reserve rate cuts, a major macro catalyst for Bitcoin. It doesn't say which direction. If the JOLTS report is not released on, the market would likely experience heightened volatility due to increased speculation about labor market conditions, especially with upcoming ADP and non-farm payrolls data, delayed clarity on what, which could delay expectations for Fed rate cuts, reduced catalyst for Bitcoin's recent rally, potentially leading to a risk-off sentiment and downward pressure on Bitcoin prices. Now, what I'm reading from that is that's so because yeah, I guess the market does react like that, right? But it does seem like with a steady decline year over year, I don't know how, like, if it's going to have as heavy an impact. But that being said, um, you know, this does like track, right? So historically, weak JOLTS data has boosted Bitcoin by reinforcing dovish Fed expectations. Firstly, a missing cause short-term consolidation or decline, particularly if other data like signal labor market resilience. Market participants may also react to potential technical breakdowns if key support levels like 74,000 are without macro validation. Well,
So
so
the data is out now.
It
It
came
is.
in under expected,
Hmm.
which is supposedly good for rate cuts.
So I wonder how long that reaction would delay Bitcoin price.
So there's there's other things that that the market's waiting for, and that's the legislative clarity, and that's been delayed. And some are talking about that it's not going to be decided on until towards the end of the year. Or beginning of next. Let me see what I saw yesterday. But if you're watching your Bitcoin is moving in downward right now.
Just a heads up, as soon as we got that news release, I see manipulation X to the downside. Well, obviously to the downside on Bitcoin
Yeah.
on the 1 minute. So we may get some heavy downward pressure.
All right, so 69,112 is an important number, and then 69,000 or 68,979. I think we just breached that. Yeah, we're at 68,980. And earlier this morning, I talked about 68,669 being the next line on that pole. And then if we drop underneath that, we've got 67 coming potentially.
So what were the other economic events you mentioned? I know you said this.
We have a Fed speaker at, I believe it's 11 a.m. Let me open that up again.
And then what was the other?
Oh, it's 10:50 for the speech, and then we have Treasury bill auctions coming up at 11:30, and at noon is the mortgage rates, and the Fed balance sheet is at 4:30. So I'll just read what the description is there. The central bank balance sheet represents the total assets held by a central bank. It reflects the scale of monetary policy actions, including holdings like government securities, foreign reserves, and loans to banks. Changes in the balance sheet indicate shifts in policy, such as easing or tightening financial conditions. So that is going to be watched very closely today.
I'm gonna ask the Cypher. Actually, I don't know. Should I ask the Cypher
Yeah, try it.
about this? I'm not sure if this is used or I guess both, right?
I think we just swept a bunch of liquidations underneath us.
Yeah, second manipulation X. Yesterday, CypherBot told me, I forgot what it was, but it was important information at noon that was expecting the market to move.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Third manipulation X.
I think we'll be challenging 67.
Damn, barely missed my short at that 50. I got my long down at 67.250.
You're playing a schlong then, right?
BJ, what were you saying was the Doge price target that you were looking for?
091. Let me just get that again. I think I posted it. Let me see.
So, regarding today's economic landscape, the heavy hitters are challenge cut and jobless claims. Early data shows U.S. companies announced the largest number of job cuts for January. Yada yada. We kind of gotten into this. This triggered a sharp risk-off reaction. Early wave in BTC, which has slipped towards the 70,000 psychological support. Market is interpreting these labor shifts as signs of broader economic slowdown, causing rotation out assets and tech stock. I think that was fast. Let me ask it. Sorry, I didn't mean that.
No, that's fine. No problem. So Doge right now is sitting at 09704. It went under 097 just a minute ago. And number on my chart, let's see. Was, if we break this line 096, go down to 09461, and then I have an angular at 09367, which will bring us down to 092 and 091. And
Okay, we have to go back there to 945.
Correct. 9. The 13 EMA on the 69 minute is at 10 cents, just a little over 10 cents. And XRP did lose $1.35. We're at now $1.33. And like I said earlier, if we breach this number, we can have a drop down to the $1.25, $1.22, $1.21 line. There's an ascending angle on XRP at $1.08. Unless we get a a curve back up from this point back to $1.43 and over the 24-minute 50 MA, which is at $1.44 right now. So if the 50 MA is allowed to cross down underneath the $1.42, that's going to push our line on XRP to 127 to 121.
Thank you, BJ. Sorry for
You're
butting in.
welcome. No, I that's what we're here for, to get this out so you can make your trades. So we're right on the lower POC of Doge. It's really in a vulnerable spot. Last week's low is 0.946. SHIB just hit a 1-year low.
I told you. Yeah, but I didn't get to get my damn trade in because it's right above it.
Yeah, I caught a nice Doge 500.
It's not about the right call either. It's I think these were valid arguments, right? It did what it did, kind of thing. Because if you'd been right, I would have been upset if I didn't get the right entry there, right? Or I would have had diminished returns that entry if I'd entered earlier. So
Exactly. This is, yes, we are. I am thoroughly impressed.
And that downward fractal that he been posted, even though you don't have it here now, looks like it's played out for the third day in a row.
Yeah, because we are on a descending angular at this and the EMAs are flowing too fast to the downside in order to correct. So we've got so much pressure. That corner was a very difficult corner. That was a an iffy spot. That's why, that no trade was not a bad call to make a no trade there until you saw the break. That's why leverage is your friend. It's a tool. And if you know where that fault line is, you can ride the momentum down or up, depending on which side you're on. But you have to know where that fault line is. Otherwise, you can get caught in that chop.
Yeah,
So,
you got an earlier entry.
So I asked Moby, this is what it's saying. Massive deleveraging event confirmed as Bitcoin OG and Trend Research dumped a combined 371 million in. Now this happened I think a few days ago, but to Binance to pay down AAVE debts while Bitcoin whales moved 2.78 billion in a coordinated sell-off that nuked the 86K support. What's good? Look, the neighborhood is hot right now and not in a good. The digital gold narrative is getting finessed. While gold hits all-time highs, um, pull back a bit, right? BTC is moving like a tech stock on a bad earnings. Market makers are sniffing out the cans near 70K, and with jobless claims coming in higher than today, the big money is de-risking faster than a street hustler seeing sirens. This isn't just a dip; it's a structural liquidation. Institutions are hitting the eject button to cover losses in traditional tech. Shout out to Alphabet for the 5% dump, and the whales are front running the exit. The current recovery, so that sort of goes, why we didn't quite hit 71K. The current recovery to 71K is a dead cat bounce to learn retail before the next down. Now what? Keep your hands in your pockets and wait for the 8K level to be tested. right now. Just about there. If that 200-week moving average doesn't, basement long way down. Who's in control? The Bears. The Bears are running the block now, and they aren't. Oh wow! Would
So
you
you
like
guys,
me?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
SUI is down under $1 at 96 cents.
A heads up, we'll come into the measured move on Bitcoin, and we have our fourth manipulation X, which usually is an indication of seller becoming weak or exhaustion. So we might be getting some
I've got
bottom impact.
liquidations coming in underneath us. To 67,096.
I have a measured move to 67,648.
Emad, did your buy order hit?
Yeah, I just bought it 68. Pretty much exactly 68.
I'm at 67,250.
I'm still in a short.
Oh, I haven't got there yet. I missed my short at the 50 because my order was right above it. It didn't get to it.
Yeah, you might. It's moving up pretty quick. I was gonna say you might want to buy here, depending on it. So if we reject right here at trading review alert at 68,835, 850, might get another entry. But if we shoot up, although it looks like it's slowing down right here soon.
I think I'm gonna get it.
Go ahead.
And if I don't get it, I don't care. That's how I play it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you're not like you missed that sniper entry, right? But that doesn't mean there won't be another. I might be early. Yeah.
Well, I still think I'm gonna snipe it. I'm waiting.
Our overhead resistance is now 69,596.
Still haven't hit the measured move from the fractal.
Nope.
Think we gotta come down more. 67, 500, maybe 250.
In 67 or 66.8, 66.7.
Yeah, at that point I'll add. And if I don't get it, I don't care.
Yep. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man.
We're at 68.5 right now.
Iman, I like hearing you say that. It's a reminder to me about not, chasing entries
Don't
or
put nothing, bro. It's not worth it. Ever.
Yeah, nah, it's
Never,
good. I heard you say it like
never
3
take
times.
losses.
It's starting to settle in on me.
Yeah, I think that's important for anybody listening on YouTube. That's like, just because we see something or any number of people see something, if your strategy is working and if your strategy is helpful and it involves good risk mitigation for you and your analysis and what you do, money, stick to your rules until you find a better system, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with mitigating your risk the way that you see fit, ever. As long as you are not, completely liquidated because of it. Like, and even then, if it's an anomaly, right, it may have been right 70, 80% of the time and been wrong, that 30%, and that's what wrecked you. That doesn't mean that you're wrong overall, right? So
We have a lot of long positions that just opened up underneath us.
healthy practice does. I wouldn't say that. You got a roof over your head and oxygen to breathe and food in your stomach, then you're not wrong all the time. I think that's
Spot price is below 68.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's a good number. Even 66,002.
Just throwing it out there, but the weekly
Nice
bear
job.
channel at the top of the Bitcoin, whatever, at the tops, that measured move is actually to 60,000, and we might fill it before we get this bounce, but we'll see.
Yep, 63. Did you say 63.8? Because I've got a 63.8. And I have a 63.6.
So I did some multi-time frame, whatever pattern drawing today. So I got the measure move where we're at right now. Then I got 63.9, and then I got 60,652 as the bear flag on the weekly. And there's a 3-day bear flag that was like the 90,000 range that we broke out.
Yep.
And
And that
that's
brings
down
us
to
down under
44.
57. Yep. I have the exact
Uh,
same numbers. Yep.
I have a M on the 3-day, which says 36. Again, not saying that we go there now.
Right, but
But
if we break under 57.9, then that begets 48 and 44. So yes, that comports.
yeah, I went multi-time frame earlier and started drawing patterns on what I seen. Because I keep erasing my charts somehow. Well, not me, but the computer seems to reset every day at market open in New York session.
here we go, Emad. Here's that level you were looking.
I also have, if we break underneath 57.3, that there's a 53.5.
Someone's got to open mic.
I'm looking for some type of stop and volume candle in the 1 minute at least.
Yeah, me too.
So Emad, on your drawing, I used to laugh about that pattern all the time because it shows up everywhere in Bitcoin. I call it the phallic symbol. the phallic symbol chart, because it shows up all the time. All right, here we go. We are just now at $67,099. We are soon to lose 66, or to lose that, and possibly breach 66.5. We continue on this candle. I have a 63,860. And there's how many minutes left? Let's see. Let me see my clock. Five to
They did this yesterday that they came up and then they came down and got the rest of it.
Iman, I know you were saying something about Dbloc didn't leave the fractal up. It actually is. It's really light. I just looked at it on the TV and noticed it.
this path that we're on, there's 66,000 is here shortly if these cells keep coming in. We did get quite a few leverage longs that opened up in here, but they may just get eaten up right away.
I'm so happy I left a runner on that Dogecoin. I just made another, whatever, a couple hundred on it, which I would have definitely been a little upset about this move because I took whatever 80% out halfway through it.
Oh my word. Oh, XRP hit 129. Y'all, here we go. No, it's the truth. Yeah, 95. You see the chart here? Look at this. 95 cents. Bitcoin Cash is down 65,250. Let's see, 65,9, 64, 6, 64, 1. Let me see. Yeah, 64, 1 is in the cards right now. If we break that line there at 66.9, we
I
got
didn't buy it.
63.7. It might
got
not be a good idea.
That's what I
Although,
did.
or if you're in line, you'll get them. If you're not in line, you won't get them. If we snap up real quick.
Yeah, but I'm sitting here with a sniper rifle with a finger on a trigger.
Just control your breathing, you know? Ain't that the thing?
For that big wick.
All right, we've gone underneath 67. We hit a 67 or 66.7, and remember the 66.553 is there. I don't believe we get another shelf, an inclining shelf until 60,008. You're welcome. We have a little triangle here, so let's see what happens.
That's fine. If you want to show me a structure here, we can see.
We would have to hit 67.9 back again, and then come to 68.3. And then there's a path to 69,000 again, but doesn't look promising.
My man Hold is getting it.
Yes, sir. Only thing is now all stopped out, so this is this is an important time right now to figure out where I'm gonna set my longs to hedge so that I can continue that growth in equity.
Potential stabilization around 67.1 to 67.3, but we'll just have to wait and see. That's on the 15-minute chart.
Yeah, I mean, at least with things slowing down here, I'm feeling a little more comfortable. I have a few, not exactly at the bottom, but just around 67.2, a little under 67.2.
Mm-hmm.
Stabilize here. I've got some good hedges in.
So your invalidation for that would be what?
Pretty much 68.79
Yep.
is where my stop is. Yeah.
I agree. 66.830 would be a break point. So a 15-minute candle should not breach that. And I believe we just did. Yep, we just breached 830. Yep.
What's that on Dbloc's chart? That bull case, 65.5.
Maybe that's a bounce he's looking at.
I'm about to fire right there.
I'm not seeing a bounce case unless we were to bounce right here hard. And that, but if we drop under 66.5, I don't see the next case for something until 60,008.
How much, like over 60% from the top now on Bitcoin. Nice.
That's quite a bit, Looney.
Well, we got what? 10 more to go.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a case to be made for diminishing drawdown because of diminishing returns, but I think there's also a case to be made for extended drawdown because of diminishing returns. I don't know which one is more likely here. But I mean, we could see even like 80%, 85, especially with how fast things are going down. If we don't have a bounce somewhere around here,
Yeah, I've seen Bitcoin move this fast in a long time.
It feels like an FTX moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
coming down.
that's what
It's already down, what, over 8% for the day. That's crazy.
Yeah.
that's what's making it all time lows or all time drawdown percentage on this one. Yeah, I am curious because we're talking about that record that's been made with Bitcoin and presidency or whatever. And so I do wonder if we make records on the downside, if that means we're gonna have record downside, if that makes sense.
So isn't he the 47th president? Yeah.
So you can do is play the president. That's it. That's the low.
I got target.
Yeah, we hit 15 a couple years ago. So
You saying we're gonna have a wick up to 250,000 in July? Just joking. You see the fall of the American Empire, and we'll see. Like, is there an empire that's lasted 250 years? Well, I guess we were an empire for 250, but you know.
I think on record, there's like never been a currency that lasted over like a century. They always the people closest to the spigot get greedy and ruin the currency, kind of like we've been doing. But
I think
yeah,
that's 100. It's 112 or 120 year cycle that you're talking about, the Phoenician cycle.
yep.
Yep. Yeah, we're getting close. Right around the time we're gonna have a real estate crash. Dang. But we do have tools that they did not have of Bitcoin. So maybe it's a smooth transition this time. Who knows?
Yeah, they with the whole stable coins and this whole thing that recently came into the government recently, definitely prolonged the dollar for longer. But did you see that the BRICS passed something? They have like some type of crypto that it's backed by like partially the Chinese yuan and whatever, a couple other currencies, and it's like 50% backed by gold. And yeah, surprisingly that the U.S. even allow that to be, because that's the stuff we go to war over normally. But
Yo, hold.
crazy
Yep.
times.
Can you look at Coin Glass real quick on the hourly? At the heat map? I'm not at the computer.
Yep. I got you.
I wonder where they're at.
Trump,
Oh,
Trump coin just hit an all-time low at $3.61.
sit on the. I have a 24-hour. I don't have an hourly.
All right, that'll work.
Okay, so it's bright yellow everywhere.
To do 12-hour.
Yeah, I'll do 12 hour. It's still pretty bright yellow everywhere. We are through kind of the big part of it. We have let's see. I gotta do this on my computer. My phone's gonna mess up. A second. I got you.
Starting to build some decent bottoming structure here on the 5 minute. Hangman.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm willing
All
to
right.
be a type
Yeah,
2.
I'm gonna let it prove itself. I'm not jumping in right away. The trend's too strong down. But
I'm on
let's see a relief rally.
I'm on the Model 2. Right underneath us, 16.6 million at 66. 16.3 million at 6.7, and then it's fading down 10 million 66 to 2156. Next significant level is 6.9 million at 6, and there's like nothing underneath that much
Can you put it in the chat?
million. So we still have 27.4.
6, 7.
We still have 27 million at 71.98. And then
Looks like but I wonder how it looks. There's more on the top.
oh yeah, there's definitely a lot more. So there's 20.7 million at 72 to
72, huh?
at 72.26.
I'm about to fire it in a minute.
8.3. It fades from 8.3 at 72.647. Continues to fade down to 0.6 at 73, and then we get a little bit more. We get 70. 11 million at 73.756. 10 million at 79. 8.8 million at 74.2, and 7.7 million at 74. From there it fades like 4 million down to
Nothing big on the bottom.
not much. Nope.
Okay, all right. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
What we have is we have 16 million and then 16 right underneath us at 66,659.
Okay, 66. I'll give him that.
That, and there's like more reason to go up, I think, right here, because we know what's down below, right?
Yeah. I just
Yeah.
want to see if the market maker is greedy. Maybe he wants to clear them up real quick, and then we could go.
Yep. Might need it for gas anyways. I'll pull up Kiyotaka and look at the books.
You might as well finish the job.
Yeah, right. Did you want me to just look? Because that was the.
I'm good. I'm good. That's good enough. Appreciate it. Good idea. Real good idea now.
Does Kiyotaka say? Oh man, It is just grid above. It's more grid above, grid below. So the order book, significant orders are, well, somewhat significant. We have hundreds. Oh, it's going away. Oh no, 177 at 66.5 and 97 Bitcoin at 66.1. Then
That's not nothing.
198 Bitcoin at 66, 152 at 65.5, 156 at 65.5, 200 at 65.290, 176 at 65, and another 300 down at 64.994. So
Yeah, come on, fill me up. I want in.
98.
I'm about to just snipe in because I see all I see. Kind of, it looks like the liquidations are all up on the top.
At 60K, by the way, we have 327 and 1 at 59.975.
I don't know if anyone's familiar with this data, but the Cypher bot said that the Bank of England is having its Fed release minute, whatever Bank of England released minutes pertaining to interest rates at 12, and that might affect the market over here. Any input on that stuff? I'm not familiar with it.
So I'm gonna look for a type 2 right here.
I'm in.
By the way, the most I saw above us was like 100 Bitcoin. Just make sure that that's a statement. Yeah, there's 100 at 69,477. Another 100 at 9,767. Another 178 at 70K. So, but not nearly as much as underneath. This is the order book on Kiyotaka. 103.29 at 73. And the highest big order ain't that big. Wait, what?
I fired at 67.
Okay, so the highest big order I see is 262 at 85,000.
Silver's at 72.6. Gold is at 4,804. Oil's
I
at
like
60.
gold. I mean, I like silver at 72. Yeah, I might need to go over there and get that too.
I had a price target of $70 last night. Let me see what it is now. Now I have, if we come under that $70.80. I have 68.29. With the break to get the 68.29, we would need to breach 69.1. And then the bottom, $64. And I also had extended targets from if we breach 69.18 down from $61 to 52 with a possible bounce at 58.8. So extensions could go down to around the $56 to $52 if we cannot hold 68.8 on silver.
All right,
Graham
check silver.
Finnegan. Pardon me?
I bought it.
Okay. You did a long?
Yeah, 73 on the dot. Got a nice long on that. Bitcoin 67. Stops gonna get put in a minute.
You've got a discount zone down to 69.1.
BJ, you still in your short?
I am, yep. But this is a time that, like, if you were to do possibly like a leverage play in the midst of it, this is an area to watch because we are on the short rings on the fibs here. So we could have a bounce from where we are now to 69,500, but you'd have to be very careful at that line because we might not get any continuation past that level back to 70,089. So that our shelf is up there at 70,380.
Well,
Damn, got them both.
I think I failed my test. I'm not sure. Rejecting my orders.
Your boy just fired 250 cows, hit both targets. Dunking the stop losses on 400x. And then a 50x on silver.
Nice.
Now they could print, or they can come down and take me out, and I'll lose nothing. Nah, it's way more than that. Let me go look. $40 on an $8,000 position on Bitcoin. $10,000 position on silver. That's on 50x. So what did that cost me?
So, to whoever asked me the question, I don't know if I was still in my short. I did take profit on about 35% of it.
Hey, BJ, if you could take a look at Doge,
Okay.
we only, we came down to 9.23, whatever, 9 cents, whatever, 0.923. I know we were targeting this 0.91 something, but, just a little gun shy here. I don't want to get back to profits.
Okay, so here's Doge. We are right at that 0.9448, which was the last week's low. I'm on the 24-minute chart right here. So there could be a bounce, but it's right now, and then it would need to prove itself above that 5 EMA at 0.9577. So this is an iffy line, this 0.9448. So let's see. If it can't, the resistance is there at 0.9616 overhead. That is the line just above the break of the 5 EMA on that angle. So let's see. By 10:30, let's see, that's the candle 10:36. When is it close? 11 a.m. I think it's 11:24. We're looking at 11:24. So between now and 11:24, you would not want to see Doge go under 0.9410, and your first line, if you want to have it very, very tight, it would be 0.9438. But that you may get a wick
Yeah,
down
we're
to there.
rejecting the 50 on the 1 minute, and seeing a little sell pressure on Bitcoin.
See if we can get Bitcoin to get back up to the 50 on that Dbloc chart.
We're rejecting at the 1 minute on Bitcoin too, but
That's all right.
uncommon. Yeah.
They got to come down to 67.
We got a vector. We got a vector on the 1 minute, looking like market maker was trying to push the 13 through, but here comes some action on the tape. You'll probably
Doge
get
is
it.
rejecting here.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Glad I didn't jump in.
That ain't nothing yet.
Yeah, again, just trying to.
They got to come below 67 flat.
No, you definitely got a good position. Again, I just have a habit of
I'll be
back
out. I'll be
profits
out
too
the way.
often.
Get me
High leverage with me, it's just like get smoked with setting tight stop losses. It's whatever. It's just
Nice.
expensive.
Well, let's see. What do I have here? 0. Oh, it may still, because it's right at the bottom there, that 0.926, and then support 2 is at 0.9204.
Yeah, I'm not liking the volume the way it looks on the low time frames. Well, if we get a pump, a strong push, I'll just jump in.
Do you guys not hear each other?
I hear everybody talking over each other.
Am I talking over someone? Because I'm not hearing anyone that I'm talking over.
I don't think E-Man can hear you, or Chris can hear you.
BJ, who am I talking over?
Joe and E-Man.
Okay. Let me double check. I got to reset my Discord. I'll be back.
No, you know, sometimes some people have inadvertently someone muted and they don't realize it. It's happened many times.
Let's go. Let's go. 50 EMA. 70K. I'll turn into a bear over there.
So on the fibs here on Bitcoin, this is the area where people get a little chopped up because we've exited the fast move zone. See, at this point where we were on the green rings earlier, that this was where we failed to come over across the top on that angular above that rotated box right there, and so to go over 71. This was the target, 71,043. And so because we did that, now we missed the second opportunity for a long right through there. Now we're getting towards this next one, but the problem is that see how these rings get wider, and the descending line from over here on the left, right? This is what we're playing against. The potential drop from that point to this point where it did not fall all the way down to the part under yellow, but now we are under that spot. You see? So now we've hit into the next ring, and if we cannot move up over this arc right here to this level of 68,669, then we are under this dome, and that brings us through these next. See this little light green or light blue, and then the darker blue, then here's the white, and then here's the other greens that we can possibly dip under here. So if I take and put an angle, I'll show you what I'm talking about with this arc. I'll just take my brush and draw this with my finger. So that makes us we cannot fall out of that bottom, and we have to breach this hill right here, and then we have to get over this one on this ring. And here's the moving averages. I'll take off the drawings.
We can do it.
See how we're right on the cusp of of the yellow. And the green. So here's your 50 EMA up here. So here's your fast moving averages, the 5 and the 13. And we'd have to come up on this candle on this zone, right? And pop this resistance line right there, which is 67,883 on this exchange. And then we have a gap, and then the lip of the ribbon of the 5 EM or of the 50 EMA swoops down, and you have to cross over that blue line right there to get access to that 50 EMA on this pole. So we have to do it within this time frame now. See, there's the chart, and now you see how we've dipped under the ring, and we've missed that opportunity. So so far, if we drop below this edge, that edge is at 66,950. And then now you can see these liquidate or these longs that have opened up. So they've opened up over here. So they've not come in line to be liquidated just yet, until we fall underneath here and meet them. And that if we start cascading down there, that's what makes us be potentially hitting this lower edge of this ring, second ring that we're dipping out of now. So that's what gives you that drop on a pole. If I put a straight line down through here, you can see where that hits. And then, so that challenges this line at 64,735. And if you fall under that, then you get underneath this ring, and then we're playing in this wider zone here, so that it makes the pullback or the, you know, the recovery that much more difficult, because at the same time as we're dipping underneath these moving averages, the price is in this center zone. And so that's how you get this chop. So that's why if you can identify the place where you're at a fast time frame, um, it's it's a good point to either think, oh, I can take advantage of a short from this point to here, and then we might fall further. Or there's a long opportunity from right here to across that hill and get the fast move above 70,000 again, but we did not meet the permission to do that. Price did not come up from this bow tie. You see the white lines? That makes a bow tie. Okay, so anyway, now this is where we're at. We're either going to drop here or we're going to recover up and go through this way, stair step up, or we fall down and grab those liquidations. That's a 3-minute chart I'm on too. So now let's look at it on the higher time frame. And there you can see where the green rings are in a dome shape. So until you cross over those angulars, you don't get access to the second ring on the green in the fib circle. And instead, if we fall underneath the purple here, we can breach that line right there. So that corner is 66.4. But overall, we have a larger descending line cutting across all of these rings in forward in time down to here. So that makes this triangle. You see it from here to here.
I'd like to say that we've now made it past 11 a.m. Eastern, which was the time of yesterday's dump.
Yep, we're at 11:06.
I'm looking for a flight to safety. I'd also like to bring to attention the glowing liquidations on the heat map, on the short liquidations that are by far outweighing the longs up in
Okay.
the 70s. Rather
You see
unbalanced.
this move. You see the move in an upward move instead of the downward right now.
I see a upward movement into greedy short liquidations in the 70 ranges. I'm calling it. Unless we come under 70K and go down to 65.5. And I'll try again. Which might be happening. Uh-oh. My man Joe's picking it up. What I don't want to do is get stopped out and then immediately flip around right where I took my position. That would be whack. right. I guess those juicy shorts up there get to keep printing. I'm going to be leaving here in a minute. Whoa! Wait a minute. What's this? Oh, I bought silver. Well, that's working good. Bitcoin, not so much. I see which one's the better investment. Thanks, silver. Hi ho, silver! Wait, isn't there something after that? Hooray. The hi ho, silver, hooray. Told you about that silver, Joe.
I'm looking to try to unmute Joe. Is that his name on Discord? Because I don't see anyone muted.
Joe Aspen with the Blue Universe. Is that what it is? Oh, okay. It's like the galactic blue design.
I just say I love that for you, Joe. I wonder if I've seen your fractals. That does not surprise me. I love that for them, though.
I could take a dump on Bitcoin at 66,890. That'll knock me out, man. I'll just be stuck with old silver. This is the good part right here. This is intense. Maybe I better. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself a little I'm gonna move my stop loss down a little more. My silver is giving me a little room.
Yeah, a little update. I failed my first eval. I guess I had too much drawdown on my or between my longs and my short. So when we spiked back up right there, that little tiny bounce, that was it.
Well, it's not a loss, it's a lesson. Next time you know how to play it slightly different.
100%.
Yeah, that's great. I'm gonna use this very nice trade on silver here to supplement my lackluster Bitcoin trade. Oh, I'm back over 67. Damn, crypto, you're a biatch. Way easier trading metals.
Yeah, if you could deal with the 11-year wait.
Nah, you just throw like a whole bunch of leverage on it and then you don't got to deal with that no more. Like, 50x, 75x.
Yeah.
It's actually outdoing my Bitcoin trade at 400x.
And I bet you got a little while, but also what goes up does come down, right?
Well, they can't come down because I got stop losses in my entry, so I can't lose anything.
Fair enough.
I'm starting to get good at this stuff here. And even first, they can't do nothing to me because I'm not on a cross. And that's if they ignore my stop loss. And then take my little $40 on my $8,000 position. So I was trying to tell you, I could have a $10,000 position anytime I want for like $50. But you gotta be one bad sniper though to do it. I'll show you my screen. Okay, I'll check it out, Joe. And I'm sharing my screen. Hold if you want to see me.
Give me just 1 moment.
That looks awesome, Joe.
All right, I'm locked in. Well, it's loading, but Yeah, that's cool shit, Joe. I'm unable to see your stream, you man. It might be on my end. I just can't load it.
Oh, okay. I guess I can give you a screenshot.
I'm able to see it. Just so you know, it's whoever was speaking, it's on their end.
Yeah, that tracks. I'm gonna try to restart my Discord and see if that helps.
Yeah, I took them two trades like literally almost at the same time. It was like boom, boom. It was crazy to see like how silver's playing out with 50x and Bitcoin's playing out with 400.
Yeah, that's why me personally with high leverage, I do 500x, and whenever I play it on Bitcoin, it's lackluster. Again, I don't pick. I might not have had high action motion, but on
Okay, then I
Dogecoin,
can
because it's so small, the price, the high leverage, it rips. You know. So again, sometimes it's the price of the whatever currency or the price of the coin that you're playing in relation to the leverage makes more percent or whatever, more of a profit than, whatever.
Yeah, that silver is printing, brother. Mhm. They say a man of the Mandelbrot. I see. What do you use?
Joe, that's great.
Bulb? Sorry.
So Joe, that's beautiful art. Sorry, I had you muted earlier. That reminds me of like ayahuasca or psychedelic type art. Uh-huh. Yeah, real cool. Definitely
Yeah,
reminds me of ayahuasca. Have you ever partaken in that? Yeah. Oh, well, again, I'm just saying, I know people are whatever somehow attracted to it because, you know, it reminds you of an experience or whatever. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
well, it does and it doesn't because you're both like unable to comprehend what you're staring at, but it's also something that's familiar because these patterns like recur throughout reality, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Do you use Mandelbulb or I don't even know what the fractal software is these days. Yeah. I know some guys that do like fractal zooms for visuals and stuff. So yeah, always curious about that. Cheers. Like my buddy was saying something like if a big artist buys your fractal zoom, uh like a 15-second clip can be like $15,000, something like that. Yeah. Have you seen the like augmented reality projection mapping that they do now, where they'll do like fractal zooms on like massive buildings? I'll DM you some.
be a new 4-hour candle on silver in 2 hours and 28 minutes. So we would want to see silver above $76 and 40 cents.
Damn, I'm a silver paper hander. It made too much too quick. I had to sell it, Joe. I think these so bearish that you don't trust the 13. Of what? Cool backgrounds, man. Damn, I sold my silver trade, Joe. Shame on me. I had to take. I saw the money, and I was like, man. Phew. I ain't kidding you, man. It did better than Bitcoin. Way better. I'm still holding my Bitcoin though, since it's so slow. Who would have thought? But I think I'm gonna sell my Bitcoin when I get to the 50. I get 69, 7 something. Man, this is I'm having a good day, bro. This is probably one of my better days. Really quick too. And it's tempting just to fade Bitcoin and sell now and try to go for that 65.
BJ, you around?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you pull up that river chart for a sec?
Yeah, here it is.
BJ, did you take that silver trade?
I did.
You,
And
you
I'm in a
sold it?
short now.
Oh, you sold it?
Yeah.
Me too.
The silver has got to go over $76.40 to have a long
Nice play.
increase.
Glad to trade it with you.
It was nice. Good job, E-Man. You did fantastic.
Oh, you called it.
It just passed the 76.40, but it got rejected back down to 76.18. So we'll see if this candle can push through it. I'm on the 1 minute. There it did. So now we want a closure over 76.4. This candle's got to close over 76.4 and then open. And the overhead is 76.8.
I'm gonna play it bearish and just see if I can get it for 73 again.
It can come down all the way to 70 if the 4-hour, if this between now and the 4-hour candle doesn't keep on ascending. So on our 2-hour, let me see.
Do you buy it on the stock market?
No, I bought it on BTCC.
Oh, you bought the crypto coin, the XAG.
So it's silver USDT perpetuals.
Oh, the perpetuals. Just
Yep.
okay. I did it on a coin or XAG.
Yeah, I didn't have that available to me right quick. I kind of want to leave all my stuff in house because I only have my phone and my little laptop. I don't have a bunch of screens. I have to, and I've got ADHD, so if I get stuck on one thing, then I forget about the other. It's not good for me to trade too many things.
Come on, Bitcoin. I know because Bitcoin got it in it to come to the 50.
So it's made 2 attempts now, and that's what's made this M pattern on the 3 minute. And if it breaches right here, 67,780, it has a chance to fall back down through this 3 minute time frame. And yeah, so pay attention to 67.5. 67.5 is a break line.
You know what? Nah, I'm staying in it.
The only reason I'm comfortable in this, well, not the only reason, but I think it's going to make another attempt. but it has to close over 3 ascending lines from here. We have to get back over that $70,089 or $89, because you see the 200 EMA up there, and that 200 EMA has just peeped out of the outside of that ring. Yeah. So we have to trade over that 50 MA. That's at 68,669. If not, then we're going to retest the bottom of 66.4 again.
Yeah, I like my entry, but I'm still bearish, so I think I'm gonna sell at the 50, and I don't think it's coming up there to the 800.
What's your guys' opinion on this? But my view on it is, being that we had such this hard, long downtrend, when we get a reversal, I expect it to be explosive. And this right here is like a slow developing W, you know, which kind of bearish to me. But again, I'm looking for high volume for us to be getting this reversal.
Yeah,
But
you need to have
I'd like
high
to hear your
volume.
opinion on it.
It has to be high volume.
Yeah, you're right. Could be, but that could be after we come down more to 65.
Yeah, this kind of looks like a bear flag forming, to be honest, like a little pause before we go for the second sweep, which again, I want to be bullish as much as possible, but
I agree with you in the aspect of this move down from 70,600 or whatever that was down to what we just came down to, 66,600 or 500, whatever it was. That was quick, so I think that it could come up and test the 50 before making the next move down on the 15-minute chart.
Hey Joe, I sent you those videos. The first and the second one are like two of my favorites. Pretty, I think you'll enjoy them.
If we can go past 68.3 and then 68,650, there is a good chance that we can come back through that midline at 69.5 and 66 or 69.6 in order to meet the 50 MA on a 24-minute, but it's got to be done fairly quickly with some volume. Otherwise, the EMAs are coming too far down.
Yeah, the market maker could come in and try to start a party with a green candle and get it almost there.
Yep. But that's the thing. It's the almost there that is the issue,
As a
because
matter of fact, I'll settle for that also. I'll be
Mhm.
selling that too.
the way I understand things is, if he wants to go up, he wants to get all the traders on board, like Dbloc already explains, right? And for that, he's gonna want to, create FOMO with a hard push. Again, the way I'm looking at it, and when I'm gonna be, deploying more capital, is gonna be, that's what I'm looking for, a hard push, clear, strong bottom, heavy wick. And so I see it, I'm lackluster on these. But again, smaller position sizes and tighter stops.
You already entered that like at 77, 67 something. I'm assuming you already entered.
No, I didn't get in. I caught the short on the way down on Bitcoin, Doge, and River. But again, I have a hard time of giving my winnings back. Whatever. I got personal greed issues where I get into the wish part of the phase, which I'm trying to cut out. So whatever. This is like reaffirming my trading decisions that I want to be a little more strong with
You
my.
might be done for the day.
No, I ain't done for the day. I got a long short going on this River coin, which is whatever ridiculous. So I'm waiting to cut my short and double down on my long. But again, I'm looking for Bitcoin to lead the way.
The river's drying out.
The river got rapids. This thing is crazy the way it moves, but dangerous. But lots of money to be made. I made like $9,000 on a whatever 30-minute play on it
Damn.
a couple days ago. It was crazy. All for like a $150 play.
Bigger than me, bro. I'm not moving like that at all.
Again, I normally don't make plays like that. Normally my plays are like whatever, couple hundred to
I was happy
100.
just to make a quick $400 here.
Oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. Again, I have a greed issue, and I keep swinging with heavy loads or high leverage and dangerous plays. So I'm trying to be a little more selective on the plays that I swing at. But this morning kind of enticed me to jump in on that Doge. I was half asleep when I heard BJ mention it, and you were like, "Oh, check my position," and I was like, "Ugh." And I looked at it, and then I seen what I wanted to see, and I jumped on it on a $60 play. I think I made like whatever, like 800 on it on that ride down from market open to where we are. And again, I just don't want to give it back. So I was getting FOMO to jump in, but again, trying to have some willpower.
I'd be happy with that.
Be careful on river here because it looks very enticing, but we're meeting up against the 50 MA that just came down underneath the 50 EMA. So this could be a push up and then a smack down because we're right at the pivot point is above the daily open. Pivot point's about 14.5. And then even above that is the 200 MA and the 200 EMA. So this is a pivotal spot for river.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really looking like this is between 14 and like 12, 11, 50 is where I'm expecting this reversal. And I do have whatever a parallel channel down for a while, whatever a big range, which is saying that it's going to move 160%. Whatever. Bitcoin has to really pivot and make a move up for that. But whatever. I committed to this play, and then I hedged to keep me alive in it. And I'm just waiting to switch full long on it. But yeah, again, that's why I'm watching Bitcoin so close.
Yeah, 17.4 is a bull trigger on river.
We might go up on Bitcoin here.
I started long on Bitcoin at 67.4.
The way I'm looking at it is we already tested 800, whatever that was I saw, and then we came up here to test this 13. So now this is almost like a type 2 entry. The type 2 and traders are going to see it and they can pump it up to the 50.
I'm not saying there's not money to be made on it. I just looking for specific conditions for it. Again, if he's going to go up and collect all them shorts ahead, he wants to get, I believe him to give strong signals that this is a reversal, but we are getting some action on the tape. So you might be right.
But I'm really not looking for
I don't
much.
believe how long lived it'll be because we have got to put a lot of distance between the 800 up there at above 72 and 73.3 in order to prevent further downside. This spot here is crucial above 70,000.
400 buy right there. Yeah, me personally, I'm probably gonna wait for like a 15-minute type 2 entry on it. It gotta prove it to me. Been too bullish for too long on this downtrend. Tired of getting beat up.
That is very smart because to start saying things like it's got to prove it to me is that's a signal of a better mindset to have on leverage. especially in this middle section. On the outsides, you know, for the quick plays, you know, you can, it seems like leverage works a little bit better, but when we're in this chop zone, it's not easy.
Yeah, I keep reminding myself leverage is for more, whatever, direct moves or
Yeah, the
more,
edges.
when it says it's gonna, when it's showing it's going one way, it's a, you know, not for the indecision. I'm not that quick with my decisions on it. You know, I sit there and I just watch it go red and I hate it. So again, that's me slapping my hand saying, no,
Yeah.
don't do it.
You have to be willing to execute.
I'm learning. You gotta learn from your mistakes in this game.
I'm going for that 50.
Yeah, tapes lighting up.
I'm bearish still, bro. This is temporary.
Bullish divergence in the 5-minute RSI.
Let's go.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tana.
BJ, you don't want to buy this Bitcoin?
I did. I put in along at 67.4, but I'm very careful about this one.
Yeah, I drew a bearish channel and it seems that we're rebounding off the top of it as well as the 15-minute 50 EMA. So I'd be cautious. Again, I'm hoping for it to go up with you guys, but I'm just a little leery on this.
I'll see you in a minute.
Oh, to update you, Tana, I had my first breach this morning.
Oh.
Yeah, I learned from it though. I didn't quite do the math on the drawdown right, and I was in good positions. I just I didn't have a good hedge for this bounce we had. I kind of knew that, but I didn't realize I was that close.
I've tried the hedge way, and it works for a little bit, but then you start to second guess yourself, and then you'll close one of them, and then it'll just keep going down in the thing. So you reopen the hedge, and then meanwhile you're just hemorrhaging out.
That's exactly what happened. I was like, okay, well, it's going down. It keeps and then I was doing really well. Like I was starting to make back my equity here when we had the what's it called, the jolts data come out. And when it bounced, that's when it got me, because I just didn't I was like, well, it could keep going down, so I didn't have enough buys in at the bottom to hedge back up, and I had hedged too much on the way down, basically. So now I'm doing a second test, but I'm being a little more careful this time and trying to look for more clear confirmation when I trade.
I'll try it. We'll get to the bottom. There I go. I put my trade in the bubble chat. There was a lot of sixes down there. That was kind of scary.
It ended at a 2. It's fine.
Would you put your stop loss on river? $11.99 or above? There, $11.99 or $11.03.
I don't got no stop loss on it. I got a even hedge right now.
Okay, good. I'm seeing that river is needs 1430. Then come over its grand point of control 1811, and then it would need to cross 2197 that I have on my chart that you saw earlier. But I just I'm looking at the 864 and out. This is our ascending angular, so we have to come through this area on this fib wedge. It looks
We have
upside
to
down
come
because
through or bounce off of. It looks like
we have to avoid this crossbar
breaking it.
here.
Yeah.
Yep, right here, because right over here is the 200 EMA, and that line is 14 cents. So we're talking about, this is the difference between this coin living or not, and so it will be a very, very nice trade if it can come back over 29 to 34.
Well, that's kind of where I'm planning on taking profits, but I'll leave a runner. Yeah, I think my entry was, let me just check. Yeah, I got a short from 16 and change and a long from 15 and change.
Yeah, because $8 would be like, after $8, it's no good.
Yeah, I have one measure move that brings us down. It's like an M on a higher time frame, which is whatever. I don't think it's likely to play out, but whatever. It is what it is. Like I said, I got this hedge going, and if I have to, I'll just throw a little more money in the account, close one side and ride the other.
Bitcoin is at a critical spot. I don't mean to cut you off, but that I think I have to watch this here.
Of course, no worries. Wow, 636 buy on Bitcoin. Another 130, 80, 20. Get some price action.
By the way, XRP hit 125. It is following this to a T. Just so you know.
Wow, what a play. So if this is in fact a bull flag, I have a measured move bringing us down to 62,953.
Yeah.
Doge put on an M, it looks like it's breaking down. Looks like a 3% move down to 0.8941. See how it reacts at the neckline.
Damn you, Bitcoin. Trash.
Whoa, I've been busy watching my baby all week. What just happened? Anybody buying the dip?
I already bought it at 67, but it didn't hold. Didn't even get up to the 50.
What coins do you want to hold for the long term?
None.
Well, you should have told me that 6 months ago.
BJ, you had a price around 63. Looks like we just retested the bottom of the flag.
Yeah, if we break underneath this line here, 66.4, and then we would need to fail again 65.1, then yeah. This is a interesting spot right here. We can make a little effort here.
Yeah, I'm already in a short on Doge. About to double up underwater. 400 bucks right now. Not happy, but I expect it to go down.
Silver's above 76.4, but it's this is a very fluctuating spot for silver, so nothing is confirmed either up or down right now.
I'll take it at 73 again. And Bitcoin's disappointed me.
I'm still on the fence about adding to the short or cutting the short a little more. Like adding to the short is going to be the winner, but
Does BTCC keep disconnecting you from the server? For me, it just keeps telling me I'm disconnected from the server and I have to keep reopening that app. It's the worst.
no, I'm not having that issue right now. I think I've had that sometimes, like if the signal's down or if I close, if I look at something else and then close during high volatility times, sometimes that can happen. I haven't created on the desktop, but I think the desktop is pretty cool.
Yeah, I have the desktop and the app open and it does it on both. Like, it'll just like stop and you think you're good until you refresh and find out it's been
Yeah,
frozen or
I
whatever.
would make it. I've made a couple of inquiries with screenshots to the customer service. I think that they get enough, people saying that maybe that will alert them to a bug of some kind or something, because there are times that but I think that happens on all exchanges, and even TradingView will glitch sometimes during high volatility where you can't see movement for a little bit. So, and we are in that kind of spot right here on Bitcoin. I mean, it's a hairy spot.
We need volume to kick in, or we're definitely going down. In my opinion. Seems like we're finding resistance at the 1 minute 50. Market makers not stepping in to try to push the lower moving averages up. Blood diamonds on the 1 minute, which don't mean much, but looks like we're going down, boys and girls.
Damn, stopped out. Bitcoin is weak. I'm about to quit trading Bitcoin. Look at how strong silver is. It held. I bought silver the exact same time I bought Bitcoin at 73, and it's still up there, and then it come back down. And Bitcoin took the whole damn trade back and stopped me out. That's what's frustrating about this damn thing. It's all right. I'll take the W anyway. Thanks, silver. Could have used a little more, but Bitcoin ain't trying to pay. Can't even make it to the 50 EMA. Kidding me.
For the first time in history, what, that Bitcoin dipped below where it was when the president got elected?
It's so weak. Like compared to like silver or another asset, is weak as hell. I'm about to leave it alone. I'm gonna stick with silver.
All these options now, you can use your crypto to buy any stock now.
Yeah, that's what I did. I used crypto to buy the silver crypto at XAG on 50X.
You see all the ones that Ando has now, man. Ando has a whole list. You can buy almost any stock on Ando. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, you gotta go on Hondo. No, I don't want to go on there. It's got to be on the regular exchange. I could buy silver and gold, PXG and XAG.
That's why I was surprised, man, the price of Ando, because you can now buy any stock with it, and
Yeah, that's hella suspect that that's going down so much.
it's just crazy.
But I mean, I guess narratives just don't matter. So it's what it is. We just gotta wait until Bitcoin's done dumping.
Was there any news or anything lately?
I mean, there was some financial news today with something I don't remember, but I mean, I'm guessing that the stock market's going down. I don't know.
Bitcoin just made it. What was the price of it when Trump got elected? It was what, 67?
Yeah, we're below that. It says
Yep.
it on his Dbloc's chart here.
First time in history.
Yeah, that's weak sauce.
So
I mean, we're in the bear market. I knew it was going to come down anyway, but I thought at least I could buy it for 67K and trade it up to the 50 EMA. I couldn't even get that.
Below the 200.
Weak.
There's been all kinds of news about big money controlling it, and
I mean, just compare it to another asset. Like, look, I bought silver at the exact same time when Bitcoin dipped to 67K. I was like, boom, Bitcoin, boom, silver. Silver pumped up. I already sold it for a good profit, but pumped up and held up there. And I'm like sitting around waiting for it to come back down to my entry, and I can't get it back. And Bitcoin didn't even get to my target.
I remember silver at $40, man, and People were telling me, "Oh, don't buy it now; it's too high." Yeah.
It ain't too high right now neither. Back at this price is at now, it's okay. If it comes down to 73, I'm gonna buy it again.
Yeah, I got a lot of physical
People
silver.
complain that it don't move. It can move when you put leverage on it.
You know what's good to buy right now, man, is RAM. The price that's been going up, man. Even DDR4 is going crazy now. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's out of my league. I don't do all that.
This RAM that I bought a couple months ago, man, it tripled in price. Like, what the?
Hey, I got some old RAM sitting around here, but it's like dinosaur RAM.
Hey, save it.
Yeah.
The way
I
things
got
have been going, man, they're switching back to older RAM. They just
I
switched
got
back to DDR4, and DDR4 just skyrocketed.
Let me go look at it.
I got 4 sticks that make up, I think it's 96 gigs of DDR4 that I think I'm gonna sell, and they're G Skill too.
That's what I got. I got
Here's
I got 128 gigs of DDR4, and I just looked at the price of that, and I could not believe it because I bought it for under 200, and it's over 5.
You want to laugh at what I got? I got 4 sticks of 2 gigabyte DDR2 800s. Are they worthless?
Who don't know? They'd probably be worth something. Just hold on to
I'll
They're
it.
probably
sell them.
worth more than you bought them for.
Yeah.
Like,
They
you
have to
know?
be worth way more than what you paid for them back
I
then.
bought them for like $40 for all of them.
Yeah.
Oh,
You might get 100 off it.
yeah, man. I was
Okay,
gonna
I'm
buy
gonna
build
sell
a PC.
I'm gonna sell all my old RAM for
It was what?
Bitcoin.
About a year ago, I started buying parts. I was gonna build a PC, and then RAM skyrocketed, and I'm like, hell no.
All right, I thought about an easy way for you to pass your trading test with the prop firm.
Yep. I'm all ears.
Trade silver and gold on
I don't
crypto.
get XAG or XAU on here.
What?
Yup.
Do the stock one.
Now I don't know if I don't get it because I'm in the test phase, or if I will get it like through Kraken or whatever if I unlock the account. But yeah. Actually, I'll look and double check since my short seems safe for now.
XAG and XG.
Yeah. XAG and XAU, right?
Bro, like trading that compared to Bitcoin is like playing the game on medium instead of professional level.
Yeah, I don't get XAG. I wonder if I get PAX G. No, I don't get PAX either. At least not for the test.
Damn, Joe, I'm sorry. You're trading crypto. The hardest damn thing. This is psycho. Just
Bitcoin to
compare.
zero. Can you
Like,
imagine?
really? How much harder does it need to be?
Next stop, 63,000.
I'll tell you what, if we see sub 10,000 prices, I am buying a ton of Bitcoin.
Oh, you don't even got to get there. Bring it to 50. I'm throwing everything at it.
And by a ton, I mean I'm getting a loan for like $10,000, and then I'm buying a Bitcoin.
I just found out about this company that'll let you take the equity in your home and they'll give you Bitcoin for it.
It's like the reverse pizza day. Like I sold my house for Bitcoin.
How Michael Saylor feels right now.
Not to do that.
lot of people that what's that one guy, man? He keeps bitching about Bitcoin. Told people now to buy it, it's going to zero. Who is he? He's complaining because there's people like Michael Saylor and BlackRock, they own too much of it.
65,900. I got to pay attention here still because maybe I might be able to go long again. The question is, wait, what did Dbloc have here? $65.5. I'll give it a shot at $65.5.
The token
But
that
I'm
I've
gonna be
been
so
trading
bearish.
in the last 2 months has been Canton Network, and I've been doing great on that thing.
And there's a crypto that does great.
Canton what the last it's down the last day, but the whole time Bitcoin was dipping, it was going up. It hit all-time highs.
Well, thank you. I didn't know that.
But they partnered with NASDAQ and everything. Big names in that one.
Joe, this is so bearish that I'll buy Bitcoin at 65,500 and I'm gonna sell it at the 13 EMA on top of it.
I was gonna say we've seen like the most diminished returns, right? So this just might be something that we have to add to our reality for understanding Bitcoin. When it has diminishing returns, we might get deeper, faster drawdown. It also might be shorter, faster drawdown. I don't know.
We're just right at the highs of 2021, 2022 highs. We're just right there.
Oh no, I might just say screw Bitcoin and go for silver here in a minute. Yep, same game. Come on, Bitcoin, stop in volume candle. I'm waiting. No, I don't even want 65.5, Joe. I just want to stop at volume candle. I don't give a damn what price it goes down to.
I've got mine at 65,317.
62.9 is the end of the measured move.
Dang.
Leg we just broke out. And that Doge on that call on Doge, 3% move. We're already halfway through it.
Oh, I forgot I had a short.
On the short.
Aim 1,600% on Doge short with $1. 16 bucks. I'm gonna post it in the bubble chat. Bro, I did it. Be done.
The 16x.
Imagine if you just put $100 on there, Joe, and you just get good at it. Well, that makes up for my stop out on my fees for my Bitcoin trade. Come on, Bitcoin. What's wrong with you? It's a little bounce. I don't know if I'm with it though, but
Yeah, network. They're now number 15th total. They passed Chainlink. They passed a bunch of them. XOM, Litecoin. The big one they
sounds
just
good.
passed was Chainlink though.
What's the ticker? I'll look at it.
CC.
Let me check it out.
That one for months, man.
Yeah, I had a long from the bottom there, 65 like 5. I already closed that. Justice.
I've been trading this thing since 08. Makes sense. It's been up to what, 19?
Well, damn, CC. You always find those outliers. That was like when you were in Zcash and everything crashed on the 10th, but you sat in Zcash and didn't lose nothing.
Yeah, and not the Zcash. I got into this one.
Damn,
I
bro, how
was
do you
trading.
figuring it out?
I was trading both of those at the same time, though. Research, man. There's so many
You
big
always
names
found
into
that
this
like
one.
needle in the haystack outlier.
How many tokens I look at a day, man? I go through hundreds of them a day.
We start calling you the token hunter.
And then another easy trick is arrange them by volume. You can do that, and one that has increasing volume day after day after day after day. But
well, there is a dip going on right now. I can get 50x on it.
hit 22 yet. A lot of people are expecting it to go to 22. It had a nice cup and handle on the daily.
I had rebounded from 15.8 really quickly.
Yeah, bro, there's a lot of people piling in around 15, between 16 and 15, or around there. That's where demand is.
That's crazy. You're the first person I even heard mention that thing.
Been mentioning that for a while. So there's a couple of shows that talked about it. But yeah. Like I thought a lot of people would stop talking about it when it passed Chainlink.
I mean, everything's been dumping, and that thing didn't even budge. I didn't hear anything about it.
It's been following Bitcoin, but then it rebounds quick.
I'm gonna have to give it a shot here eventually.
Yeah, watch out. The market's a little risky right now, but it's a good one to keep your eye on because there's so many big names in that one, man. A lot of big money. JP Morgan, NASDAQ, King.
Goes 5, 8.
Which one are you talking about, Winnie? I'm sorry, I missed all that.
Canton Network, CC is the ticker.
Oh, the one you asked me about the other day?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'll check it out.
One thing about this too, it's not Coinbase or Binance yet, and I'm hearing it's going to be there soon. So has a market cap like that, it gets on those two, that's really going to fly.
Keep it away from Binance so they don't ruin it.
Winnie.
Hey, hey. What's up?
Making breakfast.
Suey Queen. What's cooking? Eggs?
Yeah, how'd you know? I'm making an egg sandwich.
First thing that pops in my mind when I hear breakfast. Nothing like eggs. You leave the yolk over easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna make over easy sandwich.
Yes. So I always make them. Gotta have that yolk. Ah, 65, 7. Woohoo.
This is all, a big old shelf. So I expect a rebounds, I mean, relatively soon.
That's where so many people are saying that. Like, where's the dead cat bounce? Everybody's like, the cat is dead. It's in the coffin.
It just needs some time. But if you put on your volume profile, like on the daily and zoom out to like 2024, this big old, like, there was a lot of trading within this area.
All kinds of different things. A lot of
Maybe
people are blaming Trump for this and everything. God.
maybe it's like Schrodinger's cat. If you don't have enough sentiment watching it, does it even exist?
The 00. You know what Dbloc says? He always regrets not buying stuff, honey. No wonder if he's getting any.
Here we go, man. I'm getting headlines from crypto things. Altcoin extinction. Extinction. What is actually gonna survive? Crypto is dead.
Dang, 8.6 for Doge is like. I read an article on, I was just like, let me see what just regular browser opening pages look like. So I just opened up Microsoft Edge and boom, Bitcoin article is right there. It had a lot of things to say, but it sounded more bullish than bearish. But it said one thing was an AI scare for software. Another was Trump threatening war with Iran. Another, but then it did say Bitcoin usually recovers after 18 months, and that this is that, but that people that trade Bitcoin say that this is the digital gold, and so there's like a lot of fear all around. But that have no fear. It said it like 2 or 3 times that Bitcoin usually bounces and rebounds and goes up even higher after 18 months, and that it's down. I forget what percentage from.
How many months has it been so far?
Since 126.
Not much.
No, I thought it was like 60%.
It's down what over 70% already, right? From the top. About that.
50%.
It will go past it, yeah. It doesn't have auto adjust because there's been plenty of times that we couldn't see it. But all those trades on the right there.
Those trillion markers are no joke.
I was gonna say that's probably the best correlation to like the euphoria that we didn't feel was like the euphoria was in the market cap. That's where it was. Market cap was big. Mm.
Well, this move is really quick.
BJ, what are we doing? We still going down.
You ain't lying.
We passed 60-70, man.
Yo, is that my buddy?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Back at the time.
it's nice to see you.
You been doing all right?
Yeah. Wish it was under better circumstances to hear from you.
Hi, White Bread.
Well, like I told E-Man, I pulled all my crypto and started a business.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm about to buy silver. Screw this.
Yeah, some of my private Telegram groups have all mentioned that they got out of crypto and went into stocks, and they're like, oh, I missed it over here.
I mean, I got out, but I'm never out. I've been waiting on this. This right here is what I've been waiting on. I got a bunch of dry powder too.
For spot, right? Right?
Man, patience.
Yeah. This is a quick move, though. I feel like any hour now we'll get a spring, but this is pretty violent.
Think about how many people trading leverage from 2022, 23 who thought they were safe.
You don't think they got annihilated on 1010? I think October 10th last year took out a lot of leverage people, man. I don't know how many of them were left not long ago.
Yeah, I'm headed to the bank, man. I'm headed to the bank. What up, Joe? How low you think we going, Joe? Nah, we need to hear it, Joe. We need to hear the real. I bought a few vans and I own pharmaceutical routes. Yeah, I'm the local drug dealer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make some trades here, put some in a little bit, but I'm afraid if I hit big, they won't send my money back. I know Dbloc's in there with all the dry powder, just wait.
It sounds like Kamala Harris is going to announce her candidacy tomorrow for presidential race.
Peace. So I wonder if it's gonna go down as the worst year for liquidations in Bitcoin history. Maybe COVID. Well, no, because COVID. Nah, yeah, because October 10th plus this. That'd be like one of the worst.
If we're going to make a move, it's got to be here. And decisive.
I get the feeling even if we do make that move, it's going to be a strong shake off right here. Not enough to cross the to have the 13 cross 50 again, but it will get right up to it.
Yeah, it's possible because the start of the move has to be on this 3 minute, and the 3 minute gets corrected at 66,812, and then the price has to keep going up and above 67,800. So we have to go like $2,000 here, and not fail this 50 again, because the 200 is up there and it's moving down, right down this edge. So this builds this megaphone here. So underneath, if we come up from underneath through this middle and this crossbar right here, you see how the 3 minute is curving. Okay, if we can complete that curve up over this line at 69,112, and then close up over to kill this megaphone pattern, right, from continuing, then we have a chance. But we have to spend time up in this section going, see how these lines will curve up now, but you have to get across this midline. If not, and look right here, see the dip from the 50 MA, and right over the top is the 200 MA, right? So we either cruise up over it, close up over these moving averages, or we do the other move down and get back into this secondary fan, right? So this edge right here, where you see my little dotted lines, the red ones, this is the bridge we have to cross.
There is a concern that the large Chinese trade surplus is unsustainable. This isn't used to get fixed.
Just to add on, BJ, we also just hit the 2-day 800 EMA, around 65,050. And then that was the measured move that I had drawn out from a bear flag pull back in November.
Right. So we're testing the pivot from August to November is what we're doing, I believe. See, look at this. See this orange? That is the 50 MA. So unless we close back up over it with candles, the bottoms of candles over that edge, right, we'll follow it through the inside down this arc that you see in red, because we would be breaking this line right here. See this is the fib circle line here, this blue, where the blue goes to the lighter. So we have to, in order to repair that break from, here's the movement. In order to repair that, we have to go up above it. Like that. To get
I
back
am
up
just
to,
sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm just now remembering that, like, when we were on the way up to all-time highs, how quickly that happened. And I'm wondering if that's why we're shooting down so quickly too.
I mean, that's possible because of the gap that was left there, you know. It's that, look at the 3-day. Here, I'll show you. 3-day, 5-day, 2-week. So here's a structure above. And you see how we're, here's the pinch for the run up, all the moving averages except for the 200 is on the outside of price, right? Now we have come underneath that 200, which had been that support. See where we were traversing this area here, we finally got past that 200 and then we took off, right? Well, now the party's is over, and so we're testing this midsection here. And underneath that line right there at 61 or 60,003, 60,008, where's my mouse? 61,319. There's if we come down and tap that, that can break, and then we flow down to the 49, right? Because of well, first there's a stop at 56.6. Possible, see where this little wave is. But then the 800 on the 3-day is here. Then underneath that 800 is another gap down to 30,489. If you look left, you see that's this section from here to here of price action. Then you have that skip up, right? This is like a little skip up to 70,380. Well, we're under that now. So in order for us to reclaim the price action from this point all the way up here, we have to get over 70,380. There's just no question. And not only that, but then you have to come back over these moving averages here. And there's the 50 MA up the top. So if we push down, that 50 MA is going to come across that 200, and that'll be another death cross, which pushes us right to here, which is 39. So we're this is crucial here for structure. Let me look at that. 2-week. 1 month, 2-week right here. Well, actually, I wanted to look at the 14-day. Now, look at here on this, on my Bollinger Band here. We're underneath that line, and we have a straight shot. Boom, 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 all the way down to this liquidity. That's the 15,000. So, see what kind of a straight shot that is? That's like a knife edge. So now let me go to the 14-day. On the 14-day, this is price action where we would have to not go past this low right here in the midline. That's 54.5, and right at that level, right underneath it, is its 50 MA. So this is the support, right? Here's the 50 EMA, the little blue line. This blue line that you see here that extends upward, that's the Williams alligator line. So where you see my 56,619, that's where it hits the 50 EMA on the 14-day, and then you have that pivot area in between to the 50 MA. And so price will likely wick, we can have a big candle here. So let's look at that candle right here. So it's on this pole of January 1st. So this candle opened January 1st, and the next candle is the 14th, I would imagine. Let's see. First, 14th, February 12th. And Luminous, are you on? You were asking me to look at the 12th and the 14th, I believe, of February. Let me look at what your message was. And I did that, and I drew a chart, or I drew a line on my chart. Just a minute there. Where's Luminous? Shoot, I'm missing that message. Anyway, I believe he asked me to look at where the 14th fell on the chart. And that plays right into that scenario right there. That if the 3-day doesn't hold and we don't go back up to 70,300 ASAP and get the direction, have a change of direction, that doesn't mean that we're changing our whole pattern, but at least we would start to avert a bigger move. Okay, he said, yeah, February 17th, if I had a poll. Okay, so let's look. But I think we need to close up above there today, between today and tomorrow. Look at this, 70,320, and then 74. We have to get up back up above this, because otherwise this is like a mountain closing down in on us. And on that side of it, this is 40,000 here. You keep going, there's 29, there's 14. I mean, I'm not doing anything other than just showing you on what it is. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but this has got to get reversed. We have to have a lifeboat. Let's look. Oh, I put it on the 42-day, not the 40. Well, the 42-day, that's what it showed. Now let's go to and the 42-day and the 69-day are two time. Let's look at the 69-day. All right, the 69-day, we're right at the midline. I don't have
66,420.
Could be, yeah. So look at that. Yeah, 66,420.
I don't like those numbers together.
I don't either. You always hear me talking about the 69,420 playground, don't you?
That's a number they use to trick us.
It is. Yeah. All right, let's go back down. Let's look at that 14-day now. I don't know how I got it. 14 hours, days. 14-day. There we go. All right. So on the 14-day, we're under the belly of the structure, or under the chin, and then here's the belly right there. That's 40,600. Then you go up right to that curve. That's the 49,000. and go to this little, yeah, but this is we passed the midline of the Bollinger Band at 74. And then here's where our candle is 65.8. And so it's this price action here that we have to deal with. And so right here is the 200 EMA. That's 41 something, 41, 42. Here's the back of the 50 EMA. That's 39.7. And then we had this little divot, right? So look at the date there. That's September of 2022. And we went all the way then to that October of 23, July, October, August, September, October of 23, right? This was that pretty move right here. And then we got so we've been riding all that, right? Now, this sweep from up here is being tested. So like, you have to roll over. And where do you meet that? You meet it at the 200. The 200's rising this way while price is falling this way through the middle. So where are you going to have a happy meeting between 56.9 and where we are now, 70,003? Are we going to drift here for several months between 73,000, 74,000 possibly, and test the 42, and then have another moment where we decide if we're going to hold 42, or are we going to come up now, cruise back over this way above 79,000, get the 81, and move back to that 91, 93, right? You see that? So we either have to make the scoop now before we hit that 56, or we have the potential, not potential, of breaching 55 and 44, and then making another curve up, so a wave. Or we could we could come underneath that there into the 39s and have it like a little sweep, right? Because it's this section of price that we would be dealing with at that point, that move up. That's the 14-day. Now let's go to the 5-day. Yeah, it went under 121. Look, see? Yeah, exactly. To the dot. It flowed just exactly perfectly. So now, if in XRP's point, it could cross this bar right here, and then it's going to hit here 115, then 112, and then 108. If we come under 108, then it's the same thing. We deal with, are we going to go to 95? Look, here it is, 95. So it's the same principle as what Bitcoin is facing. Same thing, because you're getting a crossbar. We're either going to close up over this right here, or we're going to have the flow into the lower right-hand quadrant, testing the dollar to the $1.25 area, right? That's what it is. So here's the 5-day, and you see how price is now underneath the 5 days 200 MA. This is that pink line right there. So where do you have the break of that curve to the upside again is right here between these candles. And on this side of it, it would have to be over 73,000. You come over the line at 72.1. So in order to, we have to come back up this candle within the 5 days. Now, when is that 5-day candle going to begin again? 20, this is the 5th, so the 10th. And then on my chart, I have the 12th to the 17th, 15th, right, is here. So if this continues, this is the, we're going to go left on your chart, and you see that's this area right here. See where the 200 EMA, that's this little white line, comes up over that line right there. That's the pivot spot, and then it made this incline. Now right there is where you see it's starting to turn back underneath because price got low enough to be pushing on down, right? So you see that little divot, a little curve. And now then it was allowed, because we went up a little bit in our candles, it in its travels over time, it went higher, right? But now prices come underneath that and also now breached the 200 MA. So what do we have? We have the midline of price from the whole structure, and that line is right here at 50,007 on this time frame. So we have a lot of work to do to reclaim the structural integrity of this move from October of 2023 to where we are now. It's sobering. It's hard to look at that and be excited, honestly. I mean, if you're in a short and you're making money, I understand, and that's very exciting. But for our path forward, does it, you can make a cone, going back up this way, but how long is that going to take? There's April, May, September, October, right? So we're either going to come underneath here and have a longer scoop up, right? Look at that. That's April of 2027. If you follow the flow on this time frame of the 5-day. If you make the quick move now, we can be back, quickly within days to weeks, back up over 83. Then look at the bottom here. What date is that? February 15. So Sunday the 15th. So by the end of the month, we want to be above 97 for promise of, getting back over to 105, because here's 105 at the top of the dip. That's 105 there. So if I make a channel this way up and this way down, we have to come back up through here to get into that channel again. And that line is 81.6. And so the space that we are missing for that is, if you do an arc from the candle bottom right now up to this point, that arc encompasses between here's the middle, about 75, and then here's the over the 200. And over the 200 is, see these black lines right here? See where the belly is? Right like that. So that is what needs to be done in order to challenge the descending pattern. You have to come back up over these black lines that you see here to gain back the structure from this point to here, and then come back over it to challenge this spot right there at 112. So between 105, or sorry, 98 and 112, we have to do a full like that.
Being where we are in the cycle, what would you rate the probability of that? You do it on out of 5 stars or just a percentage? I don't care.
I mean, in the next few days, if we can have see buyers coming in and changing this trend, geometry flow. But look at the violence of this move. See that? That we're under the POCs here. This is price right down here. It's violent. So what has it got to hang on to down here? I don't see anything. We have to go to upper time frames to find where we have structure to counteract this, right? Here's the 864 minute. So this candle opened today at 9:24 a.m. and it closes at 7. So where is this candle going to close? Are we going to continue? What's the movement right now? We're at 65.7, right? Are we going to continue to slide along the edge of this angular decline? This is our POC right here. Are we going to decline further? And it would be a straight move because this is where the candle is. So the candle's on this vertical line right here. You touch that vertical line to this point, which is 63.8, and the candle still has room to come down before 7 o'clock tonight. Here's 9:24 a.m. Where's 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. is right there. So if we keep falling through this channel, that's a vertical channel, it can flow all the way down here. What's stopping it? Do you see anything stopping it? I don't.
Nope.
Now, one place to look is here where you have this section of price. Here's the 200 that we just are underneath now. This pink. So where you see the movement of that pink, that's a pivot, right? Down, up, and then price is riding over it. So if you put this on a vertical or a horizontal pattern, you see the candles above, right? Here's the baseline, right? The 200 that I'm talking about. And all the candles are riding above, all the way, all above here. Then we keep on going. Here's where we breached the 50 MA and the 50 EMA, and the candles are underneath the belly, right? And now we have not returned. Well, we did return right here. That was where we got to 102.5. Where's this January of 2025? Okay. And it came down. So I scrolled back a long way. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had gone all that distance. But let's just keep going. Now here is where that death cross is. Now you see all the candles all underneath, and here's the belly, right? Then we got this nice move here. But this was March 25, but we didn't see how the candle didn't come over the top. The body didn't. This one came just a little bit more than we failed. All right, now let's keep going. So now we're trading underneath. Then here we attempted it again. And there is the move from 83 up to 86.7. When is this now? March of 25. Okay, let's keep going. All right, now here is where you see that nice move. We found, and now we're trading above that 200. You see it now, here's the orange line, that's the 50 MA. See where that crossed that 200 and left this behind underneath us, because this is a slower moving average, right? 200 days versus 50 days. But through here, you see that yellow line. That's the point of control. And that has a line right here, June of 2025. You see how close that came to breaching? And we rose up back above it. And all the while, this then moved up. Then we had this little cross here. But what's left behind here now on this yellow line or above that, that's the midline of the whole structure, right? On the Bollinger Band. See, now I use two. I use an inner one and an outer. So this is the midline of the outer. And you see how that flows. But then look, we fell underneath that here. This is November. So here is October 2025. So now you see where that midline of the whole structural integrity upward is now over the top of us like a mountain of weight pushing. So here then is like the span of the inner Bollinger, right? And now we've fallen underneath that. So we have to see where we begin to stabilize below, because here's the candle, right? Let me just make sure. Yeah, we just fell underneath that. So now we have to decide, where are we going to stabilize? We're going to stabilize underneath this structure, these bottoms here, which is, look, the 800. The 800 started its rise right underneath here, and it's going up through the middle, but now it is too over the top of us. So this is where we have to find, are we going to fall all the way down to this little middle section between that POC and then this hole or gap, where we would find a balance again at this point, which is 40,000 too. So this is the 864 minute. We have to see if that candle, how far down this candle is going to push, and where we're going to trade within it during this day to day between now and 7 p.m. So where this candle closes is extremely important, because if it can open above that at least the 70,300, that will be in a better position to attack the structural integrity that we've fallen underneath.
The 50%, which is what we're at right now, is a psychological level. Do you see any possibility of us holding here because of psychological and building some support?
So yeah, I was seeing some activity and buying activity. Let me look again at 67 just a little bit ago, but then we lost it. See, here's the big bull circle, or the like the center of the heart, and I saw some attempts on the small time frame to come up around those rings, but now look at, we've we've come underneath that bullseye. And so right here would be the next attempt. That is 64.7. Because if we can catch 64.7, get buyers to come in and then curve back up over this angular right there. And no, see, these are the rings now. So this shows you in picture form what I was just saying, without the drawing, that you would fall through these rings, boom, 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 until you get to that bigger one here that I turned around because we started to show some attempts at getting over that quadrant right there. You see what this sign says, bulls need this line. We have to get up to that. Have to. Or it's just going to hit this arm right here, which is down at the 48. This is their next level. But how long is it going to take us to get there? That I'm sorry, what?
Did you say you were shorting silver earlier?
I had a short and a long. Where is silver now? Because I dropped both of them.
I'll let you know it's coming down.
Yeah. Is it down to 70?
I think it's at 74 or 5 somewhere.
Okay, so if it loses 70 or 74.4 with vigor, then it has a, let me look at the chart.
74.90.
Yep. Then it has a spot that it has to hold before it will come down to 58. Let me see. Silver.
I'm thinking about playing 73 again, double bottom.
So yeah, it broke underneath. 74.4 is the line in the sand there. And then now if it pumps underneath that, what is this number? 74, 73.75. Then we can see 72.04. If we lose 72.04, then there's 71.2. And then there's like a range from 71.2 to 68. 67.78 to 68. If we break that, then it's 58. So if it holds the 74.5, 74.4, it would need to close back up over 76.40 and then 78.29. There's a volume node gap from 77 to 78.2. You seeing that, Eman?
Yes, I'm watching it and thinking about 73.
So you want to buy again at 73?
Yeah, I think so. Or lower. I want to scalp it. I did very, very well on my last trade.
Okay, so on the 1 minute, you would have to see candles closing over the $75, and then it needs the 200 is at 76.04, and then the structural you have to get back over $76.40.
Oh, okay, I'll just sell it before then.
So look for the 800 EMA on the 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so did you see, if you're looking, when I just went from the 800, look here, 864 minute, you see this blue looks like a little ear. Here's price right here. Now I'm going to show you the candle. You see how the candle is below, the body of that candle is below that little ear, right? Of those rings. You see how they're flush up against this pole or this vertical line. You see how this candle is separated into a box, right? If you cut across, it's a box, but it's on a curve too. Those curve, that's the ring. Now this line is that descending line. See how it cuts through that box on an angle, right? So now this blue and that yellow, see how they meet like that? Now, I'm going to go down to 24 minutes. So have this picture in your mind, and then this triangle going forward down here to this pole, right? This pole is today, 7 p.m. right here. Now look at this triangle that pierces down through it. This pole, or this section here, creates this triangle, but this is in the future beyond today. This is the 7 p.m. Time frame, right? So this candle will open up either here, here, down here, somewhere, but we're going to have another one next to this. Now, let's go to the 24-minute. That is this. So that ear saw on the pole is this way. It looks horizontal. So this is that what do you call it? Quadrant. We are under the quadrant. That's why I said these lines are so important. Now, if you flip this ear up, right, over the top, I call it an ear because this is what I said on it. It looks like a little ear hugging on that pole, or a little, whatever. Anyway, because we are now having our price action on early time frames, not trending up over this ribbon, over this quadrant, it suggests that the rest of the day, unless we get price action to avert this, we will flow further down these rings. So where is 7 p.m.? This is 4 p.m. right here. So what we want to pay attention to is whether or not these candles come underneath these descending lines here and fill this all the way down to this bottom part, because then look, that's 59,000. So where are we going to stop? Well, one good place might be on the edge of this curve right here, this green. So if I zoom out, or just pinch this together. Now let's look at the 24-minute without, I would have to take too much time to get all that mess. So here's that time frame. Now, what are the chances of, sorry, my husband sneezed, of us getting enough volatility, price action, buyers stepping in and building this time frame back up over this 50% line, or this 50 EMA, right? Before 7 o'clock. Let's look at where 7 o'clock is, right there. So that's the 70,300 that I was talking about. So we have to take price action, get up through here, right? And we want to cross this line. So because this would be where we would begin to repair, right? This is the repair mode because it's above the fast moving EMAs, right? So we would want to see price up over this line of 67.6. And then we would want these, the 5 EMA to slide up like a racehorse, right? And cross the 13. And then they have price push up through 68.5. And then have the 5 EMA continue to push. We still are under the 50, but think of it as a horse race. We would then want price to kind of not fall back underneath. At that point, it would be underneath the 13, right? Because hopefully the 5 EMA is up like right here at 68.6. So then we would be challenging this line between 69.3 and 70,003 right here. So if that can be done, if we can get at least to this level before the 7 p.m., then we can avert that continual drop down underneath this, what do you call it, volume profile of the 24-minute, right? Because 24-minute, if you section that out in the day, it gives enough time for us to complete that before the 7 p.m. candle. So that's why sometimes these different time frames are good to watch, because we are dealing with a clock that is a circle, right? If when we depict the analog clock, and if I put a circle around here, we want to be above 50% or above 3 o'clock, which is right in this point. So I could do that, but it's already done on the chart. See? Now those rings extend out because of different time frame. All right, so here we are over here. Now there's that, what looks to be on a vertical on the 864 minute at 7 p.m. It's more like a bowl. And so we want to see price come back up through this side of the bowl over this angular here. So those are the numbers again to follow if you see on this side. So we don't want these candles, if we want to stop that, to fall underneath those angular lines right there, because then that's just a push and you fall out here. That fallout is 58.6, and then you have to come back up over that line in order to begin to repair up through this. So when is that? Again, that's tonight. So we either do it now, we do it later from lower, and then we have these two bars to deal with, this one and this one, before we fall underneath the bigger dome or the bigger cup. And if we fall out that spot, then we have this to deal with down here, because this is another snowflake. If you see it, see the straight lines, diagonal, diagonal, and then this one would be the other. You have a snowflake right here, and then that gives you this little space. We always have this little tiny space of no man's land in the chart. Anyway, I gotta get a little something to eat.
Thanks, BJ. You do that.
You're welcome. I hope I didn't bore anybody.
Just a little heads up, we got price action. We invalidated the last stop and volume candle, and we're potentially looking for bottom and structure here.
Thank you, Chris.
Hey everyone. What time frame did you see it stopping volume on?
5 minute. Potential anyway. It's affected with a wick. We'll see what happens with this candle.
I think the body's a bit bigger than the width, but let's see.
Personally, I expect us to drop another 1,000 to 69, 63.9. But whatever. I'm more looking just for some bottom and structure Yeah. Anybody on Discord is not watching the screen. Dbloc's doing some silent TA.
XRP is just above $1.20. So it breached the $1.21 line here. XRP is just above $1.20. Okay, so you just witnessed this We're right on the edge here. I mean, that you see, perfectly along that fib wedge. And you see how this goes right to this line, this ring, so this is the repair here. And so if we lose this line, we're most likely on a straight line down, most likely come to this point, right? So unless we find our last ditch effort to curl back up around right here, this is the path straight down, and where we would have another little spot right here. That's 62.3. And you see I have caution, because if we breach that, see how then we get into the next ring on the lower, because this up here is our crossbar between look at how that pole is perfect. We did not come up here. And you see these descending lines, the little white ones, and then they fit this. So we're now in the box. And we have to break back up over this point right here to get across this seam of the fib circles right there. That's from here to here. So this is the spot that you have to get over. See the little red lines? All right, so this is important. So let me show you the candle. See how there's the edge of the body, and then the wick went right here. Right to that line. See? So now the question is going to, and look at that, how that fell with that curve. So the question is going to be whether or not this candle, during the time that it's valid or open, is going to reach this curve and fill that wick and then push down lower to the 63.3 spot.
So we hit that measured move I had for Bitcoin down for the flagpole. We'll see if we build any stopping volume or bottom and structure here. That's what I meant to say.
It's like Bull showing up late to the party here.
Oh, what's going on? $63.
Damn, Bitcoin.
Wow, brother, you shorted it. You did it. Can I buy here?
I want to buy. I want to buy.
Oh. You're gonna buy JTO.
Mm.
And 63, 745.
There's a 12-hour order block at 12-hour time frame since 11 September 2024. That would be the target for Bitcoin at 57.5K.
Ooh.
And we are in free fall until there.
Ooh.
I'm all in.
Oh, man, you're too early, man. 57.
I'm kidding.
This bear market is fast.
Let's do it quick and dirty, baby.
I don't know if you remember, but our all-time high was fast, quick, and dirty too.
Snitches get stitches, you know?
Yeah, and I shorted 127 and I canceled my short.
Sometimes, you reach balance and equilibrium slowly and calmly, and sometimes you're ripped to a stop, and then you're ripped back the other direction.
I like it both ways.
It's probably what it feels like to be spit out of a centrifuge.
Guys, currently at 1 day time frame on Binance, it had a rejection now from this price action 63.3K on Bitcoin because it sits with the wick on top of an order block at 1 day time frame. But the target for the snitches get stitches would be the second order block at 1 day time frame that's below at 58.7K. So yeah, we are going down. Between 65 and 58, we are going to build here a market structure. inside of these two order blocks at 1 day time frame.
I like the way this man thinks. It's looking like a Care Bear countdown in here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got to get a stop and volume candle here anywhere. Damn, Joe. Joe's buying all the Bitcoin. You got more, man. You got to keep buying it all. We're going to buy it up in the 50s.
Buy the green, sell the
Down
red.
in the 50s, I mean. That's what our European brothers said. Who am I to tell them anything different?
At 1 week time frame, we just mitigated the fair value gap done on 14th of October 2024.
Wow.
And we are in free fall.
Free falling. Free fall.
We're getting close to the bear flag from the top of the market, the weekly bear flag. We're getting real close to the target of that measured move. Hopefully we get a reversal here.
Well, at least dominance went down.
I mean, I guess that factors for the 2 trillion lost in market cap.
What's going on here? Is it them Iranians doing this? Maybe CZ's pulling orders out the book again.
ETH is below 1900. XRP went down below $14.
Wow. I didn't see this coming. Man. I don't know. I never even heard it before. Is it Kid Rock? Oh wait, no, that's Bing da bong da ding ya dong diggy diggy. Oh, I don't know what the hell that is.
Don't know what you smoke, man.
1252.2. I don't want to see you. Taking all the wallets and bobbing them on the head.
Oh no! Somebody asked Cypher bot what's going on.
Doge is at 8%.
Am I looking at this correctly? World Liberty Financial, 11 cents.
I don't know. I don't mess with it. Sorry, Drew. I hope not.
Cyberbot earlier said not to trade for the next 24 hours because we're in free fall.
Really?
Yeah, but Cypherbot
Wow.
has been pretty. I mean, this is pretty crazy price action, so it has not been.
Cyberbot.
The last
Yeah,
couple
I
of
mean,
days, it's been like iffy. I mean, it can give you good information, but don't ask it price targets.
yeah, Cypherbot's pretty
Ask it
pretty
like
cool
other
about
relevant
liquidity.
things that would help you make trading decisions, but not price targets.
Ask Cyberbot. What the hell's going on?
I don't know. Maybe Dix is doing push-ups.
I was gonna say, what's that dollar? What's going on here?
DXY is up 0.23% on the day. It's at 97.86 and it's pushing higher at the moment.
Silver didn't go down with it this time. Well, not as much.
Silver's below 75 though. It's at
Yeah.
74.1.
But it didn't follow this next leg down.
No, it didn't.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. There, we just dipped underneath that threshold I was talking about.
So the crypto Cypherbot, I asked it to update me on a older chat, and I gave it just the Bitcoin price, and then it said extreme fear 14. The lower CME gap watch, lower gap 58,500. This is the capitulation magnet if 60K doesn't hold.
Yeah.
I didn't know that there was a magnet.
So we hit that 58 and Biddy's free fall and even more.
Damn, Joe, look at all your buy orders of Bitcoin.
This is spot ETF selling. A bleeding US tech sector and a historic shift in ETF sentiment. Spot ETFs have turned into aggressive net sellers, signaling that the institutional shield is thinning as the price slides toward 60K.
This price represents interest for the high buyers in liquidity in between 58 and 61K.
Please calm down,
So the
everybody,
price
and
could
voice
go
no
much
brain
more lower
farting.
at 1 day time frame. Those guys that were waiting since 2024 September, patience is key.
I'm sorry.
I always have to correct the Cypherbot on the prices, though.
A lot of buys came in. I think it should have went up more than this.
It's because Cypherbot's last training was 2024 and 2025. So when you say current, it spends a lot of its processing power trying to figure out if it's a simulation, because it recognizes this date as the future. So like it thinks that we're messing with it or created a simulation. So you have to remind it that to actually go look for current prices, and then it'll say, oh, well, all the prices are the same. And it's really fun to watch like how it's thinking, but it also will mess with your head. I'm starting to wonder if I really am in the future or if this really is a simulation. But it will correct itself if you make it as per live data and never mention the date.
Okay.
Never tell it what the date is, make it figure it out itself.
The relief rally target is invalidated. The break below 70K has ended the relief rally attempt.
Oh, it's also helpful to never tell it what the price is. Make it just tell it the price is wrong. Because if you tell it what the price is, it could think that you're just feeding information into the simulation. And it won't figure out that it's the real world. So just tell them the price is wrong. Never tell them the date. And it'll come to its own conclusions when it goes and fact checks. I mean, you know, the right conclusions with real live data. But it has like
I asked what price do you think Bitcoin is right now, and it said based on the most recent high signal data for February 5th, 2026, Bitcoin is currently trading at 63,695. So it's.
Have you looked at its thinking process? Because I guarantee in its thinking process, it gave you the date because it had to reconcile why it's not 2025.
Oh no.
It's actually kind of helpful to look at the.
It could also be taking my answer and making it its own because I told it the price earlier.
Right. So then when you tell it the price, it doesn't always go to a live feed. It'll just enter that into the simulation future data role play. So yeah, you just find creative ways. Role play. Yep. Because it's the future. How could it be real? Seriously. I cannot even explain how deep this rabbit hole goes and where its thinking goes to.
How are you looking at its thinking?
Well, I look at its thinking to see if I'm getting real data or if I'm getting its role play simulation data.
No, but where are you looking at that?
Where? You click on.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Banner pops up and it shows like. It just flashes and then it comes down. Well, if you click on that and then it you see what it's actually thinking under all those little categories that flash by.
Oh, I thought you meant like the drop down arrow where you type at, you can change it from fast to thinking.
No, yeah, actually look at what it's thinking about.
Oh.
That gives
Which one do you have on?
I'm on pro right now because
pro.
Yeah, because I ran out of fast. Not fast. I ran out of thinking, so it was only giving me fast.
Oh, you can run out? Doesn't it reset?
You don't have pro. And then I mean, you can still ask it questions, but it goes to fast, which doesn't do the thorough searches. And I don't know if you can read its thinking fast.
Okay, I'm gonna change it.
See, because this is why even if the world is a simulation, you have to think like it isn't a simulation, or you're really gonna confuse everybody.
Right. And you have to go to different data sources for the, quote unquote real world data and see if it is confluent. It might actually literally make you a little bit crazy though if you read its thinking too much.
Yes, AI is dangerous. Just a quick hello to everybody. I hope you're doing okay in this crypto downfall of 15%. I'm getting nicely wrecked, but trying to
Let's go, Zeusy.
Trying to buy a bit here and there. Might be too early, probably, but we'll see.
It's so good to hear your voice.
Yeah, same here. It's been a while.
Too long.
Cheers, Zuzi.
Whether we're in a simulation or not, price action is real. It never lies.
Might be the only thing that is, right?
Susie!
What's up? Sweet. How's Sweet doing?
You can call me Turd, it's okay.
I'm not sure. Since our last conversation and after I understood what turd meant, I'm like, wait, there's something odd going on here.
Zusi, I have had a question for you for a couple weeks now, or a few weeks. My question is, around beginning of fall of last year, maybe even no, not really summer, but around that time, like middle of last year, you were saying something like a lot of our alts are in bear market, lows, stuff like that. And I'm just wondering, what is your opinion on that sort of mentality with alts now on prices that you're seeing?
Stubbornness eventually pays. It's dangerous though. All I know is dominance isn't really going up. Like Bitcoin is dropping more than some alts even currently, right? But even since summer, like dominance kind of topped around 65, and well, we'll see how low it goes. But unfortunately, alt season is kind of happening during Bitcoin bear market. So we had ETH at 1400, while Bitcoin was at, I forgot, but maybe even 80k or 90k. Now we end up with ETH at the same level, while Bitcoin is down below 2021 high. That's a major upward ABC with 4 years in between the two tops. It's also the third cycle. I mean, you can get very bearish on crypto if you want to. But yeah, still 30% down. No, 30 since the upward ABC. I don't know if... Well, with 30% from the last trend shift. And yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
He's been looking at it.
To answer your third, yeah, unfortunately, it's that scenario that's winning currently. It's I mean, you wouldn't call it alt season, but you have Bitcoin going down with also dominance going down overall since last summer.
So you also answered my question by saying you've been buying a little here and there, getting kind of wrecked, because I was like, I think about you buying some of these lows based just off of me remembering how you were thinking last year. And I asked Dbloc too, even with Sui, like, do you plan on, like how you said when we were going up to 80k, anytime Sui dipped under $1, it was like, it doesn't matter, under $1, no one's gonna care, just get you some under $1. But now it's like 98 cents or 89 cents. I mean, that's just one example.
Levels, it's the price point doesn't really matter. It's more the direction, right? Because like even if you expect Bitcoin at 30k in 6 months, it doesn't mean you're not gonna have some nice plays on alts, but shorter time frame plays, more like 2-3 weeks up. I did one on Chili's recently. For example, you see Chili's is one example of an alt that was able to go up a lot. Mantle also, although that one kind of topped at after Bitcoin, but it's what happens at bull market tops. First Bitcoin tops, then some alts continue running. Unfortunately, it's very little that did that, but some did. So yeah, it's about finding the next one. If you love Sui, eventually Bitcoin is gonna recover 10-20% upward. Some alts are gonna do fantastic during that recovery. They're probably gonna do way better than even during the bull market, just because they dropped so much.
Yeah,
I remember Dbloc saying paying attention to BNB next cycle, stuff like that. So well, any coin could be good, but yeah, you have BNB at 600 right now. Like,
yeah.
I wouldn't buy it too much alts though. Even though dominance is downward, that means alts are outperforming Bitcoin, right?
Do you consider BNB? Well, I guess you would consider it an altcoin, but there's a lot of money in there.
But it's also
What's
a
your
fundamentally driven alt, right? Like you need BNB to trade, so it gives it like it's not like vaporware like all the others.
the FUD is against Binance right now?
Yeah, I'm sure. That, honestly, I have no clue what the FUD is out there, but looking at Bitcoin down 15% in 24 hours, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of FUD going on. Maybe there's bombs dropping on Iran. Maybe there's crypto exchange FUD. Maybe it's real. Maybe it's not. I don't know, but it's always like that when you have a big fat red candles. Honestly, it's just better to stay away from the news. Well, personally, I just completely oblivious to the news. You could have the world go down. If Bitcoin reaches a golden area, it reaches it, and this overall this like 55 to 70k area is support. Now that's a huge area. Maybe you can do better TA than that, but it's what happened last time. Right? We created a downward ABC, found support at 55k, and it blasted up to 120. So now we're getting into that area. Not quite. We're not all the way down at 55, but this whole area, you would expect it to act as support during the bear market, even if we are to break it eventually to go down to 40k, 30k, where there is the real golden pocket of all this. The golden pocket of the hold up move from 15 to 127. That's trading wise, that would be an elegant re-entry for any TP that got taken out. In my case, I didn't take that much out, so I'm not going to have a lot to re-enter with, but I will. And that's around 35, if I remember right. I forgot, but even if you think we're gonna go there, it doesn't mean we're not gonna get a nice bounce on the way down. And this area is potentially a good one to bounce from. So
I agree with you.
It could be all the way down to 50k, even. I don't know where exactly, but like somewhere where there's support, and it could even be 48k. It could also be just right now, right here, yeah. somewhere around support. So
Yeah,
plus
I
or
got
minus
as low as
10% around 60k.
like 59.3, 50, yeah, like 59. Is sort of where I've got it. 57.2. But yeah, I bought Bitcoin here. It's down, but no, I bought it yesterday.
Me too on spot. I sold
70.
some at 97 and I bought it back at 63.6 just before coming to Discord, basically.
Oh, nice. I ran out of fiat to buy all of these dips. I don't have it right now.
You have to always stay 50-50. Try to always stay 50-50.
Well, I had to start over. So there's no.
But on leverage, oh boy, this is hard.
Yeah.
Like we need to wait. I mean, you would need to wait for price to tell you, right? This is like catching falling knife stuff. I tried a few times, but they all failed. They were all in profit for like an hour or two, but then eventually we broke every little thingy we built. Even here, you had like downward ending diagonal. We're breaking it to the downside.
BJ, I'm long on silver now.
Okay, thanks for the alert. I appreciate it, Emad.
My hands are getting blue. Got a small itch that I want to invest.
I'm stopped out.
Sweep is coming.
I think Dbloc had put on we're in the capitulation area on total. Capitulation trigger.
wkly. That's a long time ago.
But that 2.17 trillion could have holded on total, right? But it didn't. So we're at 2.14, still dropping.
%.
And I just bought a complete Bitcoin.
Wow.
Leverage, sorry. So,
Oh.
yeah,
I was like, dang, baller. Where did the 200 EMA start? Couldn't have started there.
All right, trade safe, everybody. Be careful. See you.
Bye, Susie.
As see you do the same.
I'm so glad to hear your voice, Susie. Talk to you later.
Well, now we're just creating bear flag after bear flag. The volume profile right here is pretty strong. But the shelf goes down to, yeah, like 57 too. Excuse me. Let's see if there's any fib that makes sense. No.
Hi ho, silver.
What's the price of silver at this moment?
73.16.
Dang.
It sure is. Because
Dang, can you
look,
imagine? Sorry.
no, go
I got
ahead.
Sorry, I got excited. Can you imagine if this bear flag on the daily like fills out and just brings this right down to 45?
It can.
44.7.
I do have a an upward angular right here about between 61 and 60,200, but we would have to remain above 61,000 in order to avert the descend down to the 58, 57 line, because there we still have rings left to go through. You see, we would need to stop right here to climb back up on this angular, right? If we don't, then we'll come down through these rings, and then we fall out the bottom at 54.8. Unless we get some small time frame move towards this line over here on the right. So we would need to see price back up over 63.4 to get to where we aren't going to fall straight down on that candle between now and 7 o'clock. So we have to have some right moving or forward moving price action now to beat this line right here.
Yeah, we got 3 more hours left for the daily before that closes, and then we will be very separated from the 5 VMA on the daily.
Yep,
so
I
we
agree
could
with
see
you.
a reversal back up to that.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, family?
Hello, Dbloc.
Hello.
Hi, Maestro.
Goodbye, crypto.
Gotta go run and get some coffee. Somebody's got to open
Enjoy.
mic.
Good morning.
I'm getting
I
a
just came in.
Hi,
bit of an
Shanae.
echo.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. It's nice to hear from you.
I figured
Did everybody see the total alert? Hopefully yesterday. Remember we set it up. We said if total comes underneath 2.31 that we would capitulate. Right? Bitcoin's capitulation starts at this point. We hit it yesterday with vengeance. SKR got listed on Robinhood last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
So random. Just yesterday, I was like, yeah, I'm playing an airdrop coin in the middle of a capitulation. I'm loco. And then they dropped that shit on Robinhood.
Man, that's got to be the most ridiculous thing.
remember you kept asking me, why are you still playing with SKR? It's random,
Down
bro.
it goes now.
There's nothing you could do about that shit. You can't get in front of it. The way this industry works, either you're holding something when it pops or you're not. You don't want to chase that shit.
It's been released to the victims.
Oh, shit. Bad, though. Bad. But we called it. We knew what to look for. We knew we were underneath our capitulation on Bitcoin. Going back to our macro that we've been looking at for weeks, months now. 2-week time frame. We knew that the second we lost that 50 EMA, we would go into our capitulation. We've done that pretty quick. Broke our levels. And that last line in the sand for me was total coming down under 2.31. Not to mention breaking our supports. Not to come in here and be the pooper of the party, but it is what it is. That being said, let's cook.
Idaho Silver?
Damn, these large orders do not stop popping in.
Isn't that a beautiful stopping?
Tracing VWO. EM is almost at 382. Telling you guys, emerging markets, next narrative. Say it if you want to. Sketchy. Alts finally capitulated as well. We talked about yesterday, we were here. We said we were looking at a drop in liquidity for the next week or so, 4 or 5 days. Oh shit, MSTR, that's a good point. Hold on. We do have earnings today, and your boy is gonna short.
I'm trying to catch the fallen knife here.
Die. Not you, MSTR.
I think MicroStrategy has earnings after close.
Rip it. Almost at my target, yo. Oh, what a beautiful thing. Bro, I'm not TPing this shit. I'm gonna ride this all the way to the bottom of the bear market.
Where'd you get in
Facts.
at?
All the way up here.
Oh, well, wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Good going, buddy.
It was this trade and my Labubu short. And my Labubu short, I already took profit
Are
on.
you doing that?
I have to
Are
check
you
it though
doing the Indo
because
beads then?
999 it's like 4 in the afternoon, shouldn't
Oh.
I?
I just woke up an hour ago. I was up till 7 in the morning. Turkey, my sister's called. My ass
So
didn't go to sleep.
I'm still looking for this to come up to that high volume node that we sort of labeled out before, 258. And then I want to take another short on. I want to continue my short on this. Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Hi, look. So our overlay from last night played out again, except we broke total 2.31, and this is the capitulation we got. This is when we broke total. This is the rest of the market going with it. We weren't able to get back above that 50, and we said it last night. We said that bear flag target would be invalidated if we can crawl over the 50 and hold, but we have not. When will we enter back? I'm broken, bro. I'm already back in. But I'm loco. Sailor needs to tweet every day and let everybody know that he's okay, bro. The world seems to think that Sailor's on suicide watch or some shit right now.
Oh, whatever.
He's so chilling.
That boy's probably looking for money to buy more.
Oh yeah.
He knows exactly what's happening. I'm doing what Sailor does. If we go down, we go down together.
In Europe?
Hey,
Good to hear from you tonight.
hey. I'm tired. I just still trying to wake up. I
You're
bought
tired.
IoT.
You went to sleep at last night at what time? It was like, for me it was like 6.
No.
I was up by 10.
It was what?
Yeah.
Well, I should have. Cause
My
I was in
alarms went
Discord
off.
alone. Yeah, that's why I don't come into Discord because I'll end up staying late. It was like
Listen.
my cousin messaged and then I came on Discord. Then my sister called. Then it was like, before I knew it, it was 7 o'clock. My son was leaving for school. I think I fell asleep at about 7:15, 7:30.
Mm.
Oh no, I have to have 7, 8 hours of sleep. I am not playing.
Is that a stopping volume?
Huh?
Yeah, it is.
Wow, what a treat we got Zusi and Shanae.
Where's Zusi
Same
at?
day, man. Zusi's next door to me. No, I'm kidding.
Type 2, come on.
Zuzi came in earlier.
You came, yeah. What?
A little delayed, but
Yeah, you came in right after Zusi left.
I got up
Save
at
them.
10. I came and moved the chart. I was like, coffee first, then words. H sent me $4 for some coffee. I put coffee on the pot, and then I woke up at 1.
Sheesh.
In that order.
Oh, okay.
What
Yeah,
happened? I
that's
blinked and I was out. I was gone.
yeah. I was up at 1 and I was like, nope, I'm not getting out. Ugh. I don't know. I'm trying to catch the full knife off the RSI right now. Even the weekly is pretty low right now. We may stay here for a little bit.
Shanae, I'll never forget your couple things that you've said. One was how to read candles and their patterns, and I use that today. And then another was the RSI being under 30.
That's not a good thing. Never a good thing. But right now, that's all there is for me to like chart, other than looking for 47 and $32,000. RSI is too low. We gotta get some relief.
People
buying
think
Huh?
that once the RSI gets down to the bottom, it's like automatic time to buy.
Oh, it's not.
Nah, it's underneath 30. The bears are in control. That's the bearish control zone, right? Like above 70, above 80, the bulls are in control. They can stay in control for a while too, especially on higher time frames. All our stochastics are slammed right now, though, which I put a little bit more weight into.
If it goes down to 30s, I'm going balls deep, including your balls.
Not mine.
I got the RSI on this Bitcoin chart anyway at 26 on the weekly.
Weekly, yeah. Monthly still has room, but like on the we can stay there for a few weeks. That's the problem. Huh?
Yeah, monthly I got 42.
Yeah. You don't want that below 40 because that's when the juju happens.
That won't hit bottom till the bottom of the bear market.
I'm going in, but once we get a little bit of relief, I'm gonna take out the past 2 days. And I'll let in the couple of years long ones just stay. We'll see. I don't know. I don't trust this market. The whole everything is down right now. It's getting reshuffled. Mine is getting reshuffled right now.
I trust it to go to shit like it's supposed to. That's about as far as I trust it. I have nice mechanical rules to let me know when things have flipped, and it hasn't let me down yet. Right, closing underneath here, under that 2-week 50 EMA, was our signal that we were going to go into capitulation. And we've done exactly that. And the sign that the capitulation was going to continue or get more aggressive was closing underneath that level on total. So as long as things play out the way they always have, everything we want is about to get cheaper. Will I stop trying to play counter trend rallies? No, it's like my favorite trade during the bear market. I love to play pivots.
Let's see if Doge hits that 74.74.
Dang, Doge back in the 8s.
Nuts.
I know. For those
That
people
was like 2 years ago.
for those people that's crying, they missed the entry. It's either now or Doge gonna die. I don't know. 7.4 is what I'm looking at for Doge. About 47 to 32 area for Bitcoin. But I'm not buying no more actually. Today was the last day until 32. I don't care at 47.50. I'm not getting it.
Really?
I bought it now.
Oh, you
Because
okay?
the bounce will be so fast if it's gonna bounce. Because 75% draw is at 31, 32 area. If it does what it did before, but because everybody expect that, so they're gonna have a trick up their sleeve.
I think 75 is a lot to ask for. We got 77 last time, and then the time before that was 86. That's almost a 10% drop, right? Like in diminished returns. So I think somewhere in the 60s is probably where we'll land. Maybe mid 60s, high 60s, percentage wise, meaning on the way down, not dollar wise. I expect a tiny little bit of diminished returns and a tiny little bit of front running. So just to be safe, somewhere around 60% is where I'm gonna start to pay
Most
more
alts
attention.
are at 83%
They're
dump
gonna
right
get
now.
wrecked. They're gonna drop another 50%.
Yeah, they're already at 83%.
Uh-huh.
Like Sui, Doge, XRP. It's like wow.
Bitcoin drops 50 with dominant. Even if Bitcoin drops 50, with dominance dropping as well, best case scenario, right? They're still gonna drop 40, 45%.
RMB at
from where
50
they
right now.
are.
I think they are at 50 RMB. Oh. Yeah, we're at 51% right now. 50. On the monthly, we're at 50. That's why I'm looking for a release a little bit. But
Yeah, I mean
Do you
that's
think that?
also a thing, right? We're the speed at which we're dropping, we can't sustain. We're not gonna drop like this at this speed, at this rate, at this angle until October. There will be a relief rally at some point that will probably last several months, and will convince most people that that's the bottom. Yeah, straight up. They're going to be convinced that it's the bottom. Their super cycle bros are gonna come out of the closet, and people are gonna get wrecked at the tops. My opinion. That being said, I'm catching that shit.
Me too. No. Okay, dominance looks like it's gonna peak. Hopefully, if it gets out of that triangle.
Still think it's a scam, man.
Man, life is a scam.
Not the truth. Funny enough, dominance and the Sui chart looks almost the same.
It's so bad. Like I don't even want to look at alts right now. It's rough.
I hope Sui doesn't die. It doesn't look very healthy at all.
I don't have a lot of worry about Sui dying long term, and since I'm already out of position, I'd like to see that thing get significantly wrecked.
You know, I even bought Solana. That says something. I haven't touched that thing in so long.
You gotta buy.
Solana is at the monthly support. I mean, after this, it's death coming in till $24.
That's exactly where I'm trying to pick it up at, low 20s.
Damn.
Everybody wants to go. Where? Were you trying to get it? Low 20s?
Yeah, between like 24, 26, 25-ish.
I see it.
This, right here.
Yeah, this bear market's going quick.
Capitulation station. Told you the second half of this shit happens really quick once you pass those metrics. So this is sold for me right here. I mean, it's super simple on the weekly. You're
great
breaking
shakedown.
macro support. If you don't get back above that quick within the next week, you're gonna fall down into these vectors. Last high volume node is between 25 and like 22. And from here, that would be another. That would be a 72% drop from where we are right now. And people are like, well, I thought altcoins were only supposed to drop 85% during the bear market or 90%. Well, yeah. You go to the tops to that bottom, 91%. Throws people off is like, well, we're already down 70%. It doesn't matter. You can go down another 100% from 70.
I've cashed out about 90% Dbloc.
Nice. It's a comfortable place to be, bro.
Over it. See y'all in October.
So as far as where it could catch, right? Technically, you've got some support there at 47. And then you got some right there at 31, but very weak. Very weak.
I don't know. Something about this don't feel right. I think this is moving too fast down.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's see.
It's unsustainable. It's way too quick. It's the same way I would feel if we were pumping this hard. You know what I mean? If the chart looked like this, I'm pretty sure everybody and their mother would be waiting for some sort of retracement, right? Like that does not look like something that you necessarily want to buy into.
I've been through this too many times. No, not here, Bitcoin. Not here. Go down a little bit more. That is another double bottom. Son of a baby. Son of a biscuit.
And everyone's telling.
I mean, at this point, what's the highest percentage gain?
Whatever you're looking
What
for.
do you mean? Highest percentage gain on what?
On, let's just say BTC or ETH. It's like not even worth staring at these charts all day anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you're playing with. It's going to be different for each person. Some people will make a lot better use of their time going out and collecting dry powder for the next 6 months and squirreling that away.
That's what I did. I'll buy it back in a few months.
Nothing wrong with that. Just try not to FOMO into whatever relief rally happens within those next couple months. And know that any up will be temporary and then you'll be fine.
Can we just go up forever? No? Damn, say
I
all
mean,
the.
we are technically.
We really are actually. Until it goes down back to like 1 cent, it is upwards. Even at 2 cents, it's more than what it started.
Yeah, we really can't
But
get.
it is higher than last year, so.
We really can't get too. I mean, look at what Bitcoin did during the hardest like macroeconomic environment that Bitcoin's probably ever gonna face. Most stringent, less amount of liquidity, no retail, and we still went from 15K to 126. Right, during the worst bull market ever, you still pulled 100K out of each Bitcoin you rolled in. If you bought the bottoms, you didn't even have to buy the bottoms. Even if you bought like 20, even if you missed 15, you bought 20, you sold 126. It is good to put things into perspective. Also good to go back into the past and see how people's emotions reacted during similar moments, which is what we have here.
Dbloc, what do you think I could trade? Just metals?
You just said you were gonna sit on the sideline for 6 months.
I mean, I need like give me one thing, just one thing I can play with here.
Bro, we're about to go into a multi-sigma bubble pop. I'm holding metals through all of this because I believe that we're in a super cycle. But I also did not buy at these prices, way lower. So it's kind of difficult to say.
I'm sorry, I must have missed a few things. Can you elaborate on multi-signal pop?
Like we've got equities popping, crypto popping, real estate popping, bonds popping, commodities at all-time high. There's no laggers. The biggest lagger is Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is what's taking the biggest dip. Bitcoin would be what would be considered the best buy out of all of them, but we understand Bitcoin's going to continue going down. So unless it's something short term, right? We looked at Oracle the other day. I said, look, Oracle's going to be the reason that the tech sector popped. You see what's happening to the tech sector right now, right? Hasn't even been a week since then. Right? If Oracle gets any worse, then Nvidia starts to miss earnings, and everything sort of speeds up from that point forward.
I mean, Nvidia, in your opinion, Dbloc, wouldn't have to dump considering they're not making no more chips.
They're gonna dump. If Oracle stops ordering chips, Nvidia is gonna lose earnings. Oracle's keeping Nvidia alive right now. Right? Oracle leases the chips from Nvidia, or buys the chips on credit, and then leases them out to AI companies. These AI companies are storing the chips, stocking the chips, so that on their paper they can say, we have 3,000 NVIDIA so-and-so GPUs behind our AI, but they're not using them, right? Oracle is spending billions of dollars to build data centers, huge data centers to house these AI companies. They're empty. So if these AI companies stop ordering and Oracle stops filling orders, and stops ordering from Nvidia, then Nvidia is going to miss earnings. If Nvidia misses earnings, everything's going to go to shit. The only thing that's holding everything afloat right now. That's why I said the other day that Oracle is going to be the canary in the coal mine that brings all this shit down on the legacy side.
What's your three main hedges against this bloodbath?
My MicroStrategy short.
You still shorting that?
Oh yeah. So this is where we talked about it the other day. We were here. I said I have a bad feeling that Oracle will be the needle that pops the AI bubble. And we've done nothing but bleed out since then. And if you look at the tech sector is bleeding out with it. And what is Bitcoin considered? Tech stock.
When you going on vacation, Dbloc?
Soon, bro. I gotta plan something out. I gotta do a little bit of celebrating before we dig back into the grind.
Where you going?
No idea. I'm still tossing it around.
This a wrap, bro.
Guys, this shit did not sneak up on us. Every day, 3 times a day, we've looked at all of those metrics and we said as soon as these pop, this is where capitulation starts.
Yeah, but we were looking for a new hope like this was Star Wars.
There's no, there's only mechanical. Either it breaks or it doesn't. The hope exists if it doesn't break. The second that it broke, that's it. Right? You can't talk yourself into, oh, well, maybe this next one will hold, maybe this will hold. Oh, we'll definitely hold 70. Oh, 70 broke? Now we're going to hold 65 for sure. Oh, 65 broke? There's no way we go under 60. And before you know it, you know what I mean? Before you know it, you're $20,000 in the water. We have dropped from the point that we broke, that we didn't close that weekly, right? We were laser focused on that. We've dropped 27% since then in a week. That's capitulation.
Yeah,
Now it hit macro support, like I was saying yesterday, right? Macro support, high levels of FUD, macro support. I've got to swing at that. But we also used this, right? We said, how we'll be able to find out if Bitcoin can hold that support. What's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Right? It's going to be total coming underneath that 2.31, which is basically total breaking its macro support. And that's what ushers in the next point of capitulation. Bitcoin will eventually go to $1 million per Bitcoin, Indy. The question isn't will it, the question is how many cycles.
Dbloc, my main question is how bad are the mission and returns are going to be next bull run?
We'll see. Remember, next bull run is quantitative easing. It's something we didn't have during this bull run. It's just math, Rafik. It's just math. Limited amount of Bitcoin, already institutional adoption. Right? Let's say we go down to 40. We went down to 15 and we got 120, right? So let's say we go down to 40, and out of 40 we only get 200. Right? We get less of a return than we did this time. After that 200, all you have to do is get a 5x to get to $1 million. Let's say we don't get a 5x. Let's say we only get a 4x. You go from 200 to 800K. Okay, well then that bull market only needs a 1x to get to $1 million. In my opinion, it's just math. But can you stick around that long, right? Can you delay gratification long enough to set yourself up for that?
I'm wondering, right, Dbloc, we used to 90% dips. We got what, 60%?
We had 77% dip last time. Not 90, 77% was our bottom for the bear market. So I'm expecting at least 10% diminished return on that. So somewhere around 67%.
Yeah, we get, I think, somewhere between 60 and 88% dips on Bitcoin in history.
It was 96%, then it was 87%, then we expected 85% and got 77%. So the diminished return is scaling up in size. But even if we're super conservative about it and say, okay, 60% drop, right? 17% shaved off the bottom from 77% to 60% drop. Still takes us down into the 40s.
So what, next season 50%?
Let's get one through one at a time. You know what I mean?
My fault, Dbloc. I'm a little anxious today.
You're good. You've just got years to worry about that.
We can't even bet on altcoin season no more. Unless QE takes place.
Exactly.
Dbloc, I got a good question for you, right? When Trump replaces the dude, he's still gonna have a chair at the table. Do you think anything is gonna make a difference?
Depends. It depends on how many people he's got with him. If it turns into a sort of situation where there's Powell loyalists and new guy loyalists, then we can expect a lot of split decisions. But even then, even if the guy comes in May, right? Let's say this guy comes in. Oh, I have the line right here. So dude comes in May. Right? We're already sort of retracing on global M2. I believe it's going to keep going down. I think we've already topped here. Right. But when this guy comes in real time, remember this is on offset. When Trump's guy comes in, even if he decides the second that he gets there, we're going to turn on the money printer, go, go, go. Right. And there's nobody to stop him. And he decides to just cut aggressively and print. We know that central bank money takes a year, or I'm sorry, it takes 100 days to get into risk assets, which is why we have the offset, right? So if we take that 100 days, that puts us in August before the money even starts to have an effect. And then we're 2 months away from our bottom in October. And so people think, oh, he can save it here. If he just starts printing, we'll start pumping in May. We won't see any of that money for at least 100 days because of the velocity of money coming out of the central banks. So that puts us, closer to August, September. More likely what's going to happen is he's going to come in and there'll be some fighting back and forth. And maybe the second or third meeting, he'll actually be able to get what he wants. And then that'll put us even closer to our October date. Either way, we should be in quantitative easing for the next bull market. Whether it's hardcore QE or just slight, we don't know yet.
And would that be right on time for Trump's last term or third term?
What third term? What are you smoking?
I figured. Smoking a few things. What's
Man said third term, bro. I will start trading Pokemon cards if we get a third term of this shit.
You might get that. You never know.
Listen, I voted for the guy too, but
yeah,
this tariff shit is a little much, bro. We need some stability here.
My hypothesis, I have no data to back this up. He's gonna make himself look good the last year by pumping the hell out of this shit.
They all do. You sick or something?
Yeah, I got the Colombian flu.
that sounds like a lot of yayo.
Sound like you got the vodka flu.
Hey, Dbloc, how long has your live stream been going for? Because I just got on and I don't want to ask any questions. I can listen.
11 hours, 30 minutes. If you just rewind to when the camera turned on, you'll catch the you'll catch the quick run through.
All right, 10-4.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a relief rally. This is crazy. This is insane. This is so nuts. I don't care.
Capitulation is a scary thing, man. The velocity of it is unforgiving sometimes. Remember I told you when we lost those macro, I said the reason that it was important. Let's just go back real quick. The reason that these points were important weren't because, oh, this is where our hope dies, or this is where, you know, it was never a hopium type of thing. This is what macro traders are looking at. Macro traders are the ones that don't run and sell all their coins because there's some news story, or don't get emotional and sell on dumps, right? They have very mechanical ways to understand when it's over, right? 200 EMA breaking leads to capitulation. 200 EMA breaking leads to capitulation. That doesn't happen because it's magic. That happens because macro traders at that point decide that it's no longer in their best interest to be in the game. And macro traders are what give us the floor. Right? That's what puts price at a point where it can't go under, or it's not going under. Once you lose the macro guys, it's kind of rough. Right? Same thing with the Gaussian channel. Right? Macro guys get out of the way when you cross into that Gaussian channel on the 2 week. As soon as we lost that Gaussian channel on the 2 week, right, we capitulate. If you go and look at the Ichimoku, same deal. When you cross into that cloud, you get your capitulation. And as soon as you cross into that cloud, you get your capitulation. You go to the 1 week, same thing. We were inside of that cloud. When we were here, I said our relief rally lives inside of this cloud, right? It has a limit. The top of the cloud is the limit of the relief rally. The bottom of the cloud is where you get your capitulation. What did we do? We came down to the bottom of the cloud. We went up. We hit the top of the cloud on that 50 EMA on the weekly, and then we capitulated. Right? Same sort of deal here. Came in the cloud, top of the cloud, lost it, capitulated. Get rid of that, put on our Gaussian channel. Same deal. We were hanging on to the bottom of this Gaussian channel. As soon as you lose the bottom of this Gaussian channel, you capitulate. As soon as you lose the bottom of the channel, you capitulate. Look at our Ichi. Same deal. Look at our 50 EMA. We've already hit that 200. Right? Our relief rally when we came down was mean version to that 50. Taking out these bottoms started our capitulation.
Do you have an average of how big that fall is after it breaks?
What happened? It depends. Right? Depends on how far the drop is going to be. It's obviously diminished returns because we get diminished drops every time. But the more important thing is that it's a quick acceleration to the bottom of the market. Right here is where we were, or where we are. Go to the 2 week again. Daily. So losing that and coming down is the same as right here. This is what we're waiting for. That capitulation, that bit of a sideways move, small move up, right? But these highs don't end up breaking local highs once you get to this level for the most part. Right? Which means that if we are going to get a relief rally, it shouldn't break these local highs. And this is on total, right? We've watched it on Bitcoin, but it's the same exact shit for total. So capitulation happens when you lose macro investors.
Definitely lost me on that one.
Yeah, there's reduced interest. Not mine though. You pay me in Bitcoin.
What do we chase now?
We don't chase.
Over.
Not over the 80%, just shifting.
What price do you buy? That's my question for Bitcoin.
Easy answer. Or long drawn out answer.
Whichever one you're feeling.
If you want to keep it easy, just do this. Go to the 2 week. Turn on your Ichimoku. This red line is your Ichimoku baseline. Hold on, that's not the 2 week. This is the 2 week. That red line is your Ichimoku baseline. That green cloud is what we pay attention to. As that red line exits the green cloud, bear market bottoms. As you break the green cloud, the baseline, bear market bottoms. Baseline, green cloud, bear market bottoms.
Dbloc, are you still holding? I was forced to sell everything, man.
Baseline, green cloud. As this baseline finds its way through this green cloud and comes out of the bottom wherever we're at that point, is a pretty good time historically to start hitting the green button.
It's good to DCA it at this price right now, 60.
I mean, that's a personal decision. Me personally, I'm not going to start DCAing until we get down to at least near where our bottoms are going to be.
Yeah, I'm not that intelligent as Dbloc is, and I'm not buying until we hit 40 or lower.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with DCAing into the idea of a relief rally, but just understand that things can go way lower. So maybe keep your original sprinkles very light. You know?
What price will you start buying? When do you think that capitulation will be complete? When does that green come down to?
About 60% is where I plan on starting my buys. About 60% from the top, which will take us to 50. Basically brings us down to this next level of support. Right? I have no interest in holding Bitcoin through this capitulation. We're already halfway there for the most part. Now, will I play relief rallies and shit in between? Yeah, but those are scalps, right? As far as filling up a bag to hold, that doesn't happen until we get into our green box right here. Now, what I want to show is that look at where we're at. Look how fast we're dropping, right? We can't continue to drop at this speed, or we're going to take out that 40 in a hurry, which means at some point here, there's going to be a multi-month relief rally that then slows things down. This is the dangerous part, because this is where people are going to be convinced that the bottom's in, or that we had a short bull market or whatever. Right? Most people won't buy here. Most people won't buy here. Everybody's going to buy here. And then final capitulation. And then I buy. But if you're in the Discord, and you are, make sure that you have the 4-year cycle indicator. And if you just want to be super lazy about it, which is fine, bear market, it's time to be lazy. You just want to be super lazy about it, keep your 4-year cycle indicator on and wait for your DCA bubbles to start popping in.
What's going on, y'all?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
Dbloc, just to confirm, you sit on cash until you wait for confirmation. Is that correct?
Sometimes it depends. I've got a good amount of cash, but it's all going to be in other plays. Like the majority of my dry powder right now is in the MicroStrategy short and in silver.
I just went to the pawn shop. Dude wanted to shut up about silver. Okay, so we have nothing to trade for till October.
I mean, if you let like 15 minutes pass, maybe we'll find something. But like you've asked 30 times in the past 10 minutes and nothing has changed.
My fault. My fault. I'm a little anxious. Dbloc.
I hear you, but don't be in such a hurry to jump back into something.
No. I've cashed out everything, and there's no way. Like, why would you not cash out everything under 60K?
You hold on for that, bro.
Like, what are you gonna do? 100x that and pray to Jesus?
Not necessarily. Like I'm in some positions where I got like Bitcoin at like closer to 30. If I sell it now, it's just locking in capital gains for no reason. And I'm gonna hold till 2030 cycle anyway, so it's better to just hold.
It is true. I mean, there's some math involved, right? If we're looking at Bitcoin and we're saying, all right, Bitcoin has a chance to go down to 40, right, from where we are. And we look at what that means percentage wise, right? That's a 28% drop. For some of you, if you're in profit, taking your Bitcoin right now and taking a 30, 40% capital gains hit doesn't make mathematical sense here, which is why you have to take your profits at the top of the market, guys. These mechanical sort of signals that we look for when the capitulation is going to start, you're not meant to hold your assets till then, right? That's when you stop buying into the idea of a relief rally. But I mean, we're already at 60, y'all. The 30% drop from here to 44. If you've got to pay 35% in capital gains tax, I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, you will end up spending that money and buying and getting more coin at the buy. But just you got to do the math, right? You got to do what makes sense for you.
But by the way, D-Block is beast, man. I haven't been on in a while, but what's up, bro?
What's good, Beast?
Also on the note you were just making, if you hold it for over that, if that was a 1 year play on it, your capital gains is 40%. And then if you get into long term, now it's only 20. So
Yeah, exactly.
it sometimes would make more sense just in that alone.
Yeah, that's why I said it. Like it's really hard. I hate these guys. You come in and they ask questions, and then these YouTube guys just give like blanket answers, and it's like, bro, you haven't even asked that man any questions. You don't know where his entry is. You don't know how long he's been holding. You just giving out blanket advice. Like it's dangerous.
Dbloc, correct me if I'm wrong. I heard today, if you sell for a loss, you cannot get tax. Is that correct or incorrect?
You can't get. Yeah, you can't. You only get tax on gains.
Thank you for verifying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But you have to show your cost basis.
They ain't coming to me for nothing this season. This is the worst bull run, as far as I'm concerned, ever.
Well, make sure you lock in those losses as well, because in your next successful bull run, you're gonna want to be able to take advantage of some of that. On 1010, when everything dropped, I sold everything and bought it back. I locked in all of those losses from 1010. But to be fair, I've already got losses that carry over probably for the rest of my natural trading life. You only get to roll over a certain amount each year.
Or you tell him.
Thank you, Dbloc. I'm looking forward to the courses you make in the next few months.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Hello. But in my country, if you hold for a year, you don't pay any taxes. Oh, that's just cheating, noob. If you swap coins, you don't have to pay either. That's just cheating. I would go crazy in your country.
Dbloc, you don't see a relief rally, no?
I mean, define relief rally, guys. 80? 75, 82, 82, 83 maybe?
Nah, don't.
Something, yeah.
You know? But we've got to start to temper our expectations. We're literally at 63 right now. The capitulation came hard and quick. Pause.
I just set up my new cold wallet. I'm ready, guys. Dump it.
Best thing you've got going for you if you're a bull right now is that CME gap is still above us. It is also very far above us. Like we'd have to pump 34%, 35% to close it.
There's one below us too, though. That's a lot closer.
Yeah, those are automatic. Those are just old leftover ones.
Is it
That's
possible they
that's
just
not what Cypher Blocks told me.
can they just leave that CME gap for next bull?
Yeah, yeah. We've left CME gaps before. It's just not very common, right? Got 85% fill rate, 87% fill rate. Dollar, it's in the Discord. You just have to, it's on the 4-year cycle indicator, and you've got to copy the Pine script into your trading view. Give me 1 second, y'all. Someone's knocking on my door. I know, Amazon delivery anywhere. I'll be right back. was not Amazon. That was my crazy family.
Yeah, I saw Amazon. %.
SKR is trying to do a thing. What are you doing here?